Alpha.
Finish the quest. is full. Your pack is full. dying.
Anything catch your eye? Glad you stopped by.
I'm sure I've got something you need. Thank you for shopping.
Your pet has fled. You have died. Your pet has returned. Your pet has arrived. Your pet is back. Your pet has returned.
Hello.
Your pet has returned.
No mic today. Carito. It is.
Let's see, what about now? Okay, I had to restart my voice meter. I guess it glitched out on me. Pretty nasty. And I've been streaming for 54 minutes already, and I've been
Now it
talking,
works.
talking. I've been talking for 54 minutes without knowing my mic was muted. Ah, man. Well, I guess some of the things I've said I could say again. I was just
LOL
actually,
Carrot D.
I was just talking about that 2020
It's
would
okay.
be a game of ARPGs, and there's gonna be a lot of competition when it comes to the developers releasing ARPG games next year. This game would probably be releasing next year, then there's gonna be probably Last Epoch next year. Then we have games like Pagan Online. Maybe Diablo 4 would have a playable alpha or beta from some early adopters, so we'll see. Then there's games like Kill Squad and so on. A lot of stuff would be happening in this genre, so hopefully this is a good thing and the developers would squeeze the most out of their games when it comes to making them better. Competition normally is good. It's never nice when someone is monopolizing a certain thing. And yeah, we maybe would see some playable demo in Path of Exile 2 as well, and then there's gonna be the Minecraft ARPG next year. So it's gonna be a fun year. 2020 for the genre. And as I was saying, I was asking
I'm
you...
waiting a lot of games in 2020.
Oh yeah, and not just ARPGs, man. There's gonna be a lot of releases.
Spring will be tough.
It will be tough. It will be tough for people's wallets when there's the Steam sales and stuff. I was just asking, what level are you already in the Goblin and Hybrid Frontiers? If you want to play together, we could team up. And thank you for letting me know my mic was muted, dude. I probably could have gone for another hour without noticing it was not picking up sounds. And it's weird, earlier when I was playing Paladins it was picking up my sounds without a problem. But somehow something glitched out until I
didn't play
restart my
since we
voice
played
meter.
together. Didn't have time.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, things happen. So if you want to team up again, let me know. I'm currently farming to try and get some better gear. And I did get those shoulders, which I replaced. I was using this one, which is fire goblin defense, and now I'm using poison one, which I enchanted with poison and hived. So pretty nice. I'm still trying to get 100 legendary essences. I kind of used a lot to enchant this. And I did get this upgrade. I was using this one, the level 19, because of the gear work and endurance stacking. But I got something else that gives me some gear work. I'm still gonna try and find a better helmet though, because this one is good so when I'm using shield car, but I'm not using shield car. This is also nice, but I think I've got better boots when it comes to shield car. Oh no, wrong place, wrong place. I can go on the mage or the forged again later
Your pet has run away.
and farm some stuff for them. Man, the pet AI definitely needs to be reworked to try and avoid danger like toxic pools and emulator fields. I'm assuming once someone has fully enchanted with at least 2 sockets in every item, armor, it would be pretty easy to do the final difficulty with all that damage reduction. Currently I don't see a reason to do the final difficulty though, besides for bragging rights. Nothing is motivating me to do the final difficulty. I can get my gearwork maxed out on difficult instead of having to go to ridiculous or to painful. And it's just making things slower when it comes to farming. When it comes to minutes needed to complete a run. So if you want to team up, if you need some help with your high-vid quests, let me know. I'm just finishing this map, so just gotta clear out this one and then I'm gonna be ready. If any other viewer wants to join and play together as well, let me know. We can stack up. I can play on any class, so if we have a mage and a realm master, I can always go on the forge. If we have a forge and a realm master, I can go on the mage and so on. Or we can stack 2 different realm masters, have a melee one and a train one. And there should be a respec tomorrow. So that's good news for Danny, who said he messed up his build and wanted to respec. So have no fear. Oh, what was that? A legendary comet fragment. And some sandstone ore. I've been getting a lot of legendary materials today,
I'd like
lot of
to,
rare materials.
but soon I need to go out for some time.
Alright,
Sadly.
well, keep in mind later today in the evening I'll probably stream Warhammer Chaos Bane. I'm gonna do some Torchlight now.
How long you will be streaming?
I'm probably gonna stream for another 2 or 3 hours, Torchlight, and then I'm gonna do a break for dinner, and then it's gonna be some Warhammer Chaos Bane, because I wanna experiment with some of the gear I farmed on the mage. I wanna try the new mage sets and the new mage items to see if I can make a fun build. With the new god skills and everything on Chaos Bane. I did manage to get complete red sets with all sets for the Dusk Mage, and since I've tried the old ones, I'm gonna try the new ones. And then I'm gonna try and get some green gear, see how it goes. Okay, I need my pet to return because his inventory is very needed. Can I give him items while he's dead or only while he's... Oh, I can. Nice. Oh, I gave him the legendary, please don't sell it. I'm wondering if I can put endurance regen on shields. Dude, if I can put endurance regen on shields, that would make running ridiculous even easier on enchanted shields with 2 or 3 enchant sockets. Chance to bind on block, poison defense, reduced poison duration, extra chance to block. Chance to bind on block goes very well with Lantern Flash, which gives you damage versus stunned, blinded and swallowed targets.
That'll be nice.
This slows, this blinds. The perfect synergy for this build is using Blasting Charge, then using Lantern Flash, which is in cooldown right now,
SMTH.
and then spamming. Total level of 40. Okay, you've got a long way to go, and you still haven't reached the slow leveling speeds. So enjoy it while it lasts. Then I don't want to scare you, but after you reach level 30 something in a certain frontier, you're gonna see how bad the XP gets. But hopefully they're gonna improve on that for now. For now, it doesn't matter whether you're farming level 50 or level 30. You're still doing the same content once you finish the campaign. So it will only matter when it comes to teaming up.
It's gonna be just mob grinding?
It's just gonna be mob grinding, yeah, it's just gonna be map works grinding. After you finish the story mode, that's it.
No quests for EXP?
No quest for EXP. Once you're done with the story mode, that's it. The only thing that gives you XP is fame quests, but fame quests give you only so much. And since the fame quests are in lower level zones,
Mapworks is good. C carrot.
Yeah, Mapworks is nice for now. I mean, this is an alpha. We can't have everything in here right now, right from the get-go. I'm actually still happy that we even have the Mapworks, that we even have some sort of end game in this alpha. And they're constantly adding new map layouts, trying to spice things up. And we're getting a new frontier with the next update, I'm assuming, which would mean extra few maps added to the map pool. The only thing I really want to know more about is how the total level will change, and how the maximum level of each frontier would change if we have a new frontier. You know, at the moment we have level 50 Goblin, level 50 Hybrid, all the way to 100 character level. So are we gonna get level 50 from the third frontier all the way to level 150? I'd like to see new frontier with those
Robo-Ravens carrot D.
Oh yeah, the Vultura. It's gonna be interesting when we get the Vultura added in the game. It's definitely gonna be fun variety of enemies to kill.
I think it'll be 150 max LVL.
Well, then if it's 150 max level, would we get extra skill points? And if we get extra skill points, wouldn't that be a bit overpowered to get 150 extra skill points to spend on a build? Because you only need 5 skills, maybe 6 skills in your loadout. And 6 skills times 12. Currently you can see I can max out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can max
Maybe there
out
will be
8
more
skills. So at the moment I can have 8 skills at level 12 and 1 skill at level 4. Or I can just spice things up and mix them and don't max everything. There will be more skills. As you can see, there's 1, 2, 3 skills coming for the Rail Master. So there's gonna be 2 terrain skills and 1 extra lineage skill. So all those question marks are skills that need to be added. And they will be added. But so far we know that there will be 16 skills, 8 in each skill tree for each class. And that's more than enough, because you can only use a certain number of skills on your skill bar. You don't need to have 20 different skills maxed out. So I think there needs to be a balance, and I think 100 skill points is enough for a build. More than 100 skill points seems to be a bit of an overkill, but maybe if they return the passive skills. When I started playing the game we had some passive skills which we could level up and so on. Maybe they can return this, they can return some passive skills and give us, instead of 50 skill points, 50 passive skill points. And then we can spend those passive skill points into certain things. Or they can just give us 50 skill points and we can just spend them in other skills for the passive synergies. But imagine a lineage build.
Yeah, I think there will be even more skills. Maybe passives?
With a lineage build, you don't need to spend a single skill point into the conductor skill tree if you're playing only lineage. And if you're playing the conductor, then you could benefit from things like the rail hammer damage, damage reduction in melee combat, and things like that. If you're doing a hybrid build, then it turns into a different story. Then it's actually gonna work a lot better. But certain builds would be hurt if
I
the
made myself I
the
build.
level 100 build the level 100 points, if that's the limit, there's a nice balance. But if we have
With that
150 skill
calculator
points
thingy.
with the current way, oh, with the calculator, nice. I'm glad
But
that
I
you're
don't know
using
will
that.
it work or no x caret d.
Well, you can, if there's a way to share the calculator build things, you can let me see the calculation you've made, and I can tell you immediately whether it would be very viable or not. Currently, most of the builds I can tell from miles away whether they would work or not. If you're using trains,
Yeah, I think
you
there's
want to
a
be
way.
using two cars, and then you still want to invest into the other cars, because this one gives you train skill cooldowns active, this one gives you damage when near your train, this gives you active skill damage to all train cars. So this is only good if you're using, well, not only good if you're using 2 damage cars, but if you're not using shield car, shotgun car's passive would be very nice. And since you can't use shotgun with shield, it makes sense. It makes sense because active skill damage to all train cars means you're gonna get extra active damage to shotgun and extra active damage to mortar or flamethrower, whichever you decide to pick. This one, default train car skill cooldown, so all of those you would want to be maxing out, regardless of what build you're going for. You're still gonna get some extra bonuses to your train damage. And if you're doing lineage, you probably would want to be maxing out all of those. Maybe Ghost Train you can skip maxing out if you're not using it in your setup. If you're using something like this. But yeah, let's do another map and send the pet to sell some gear. Oh, the links are. You can send me the link in
Here
Discord.
you go, Carrot.
The links are getting blocked in my chat, I think, and I can't see what the link was because it's showing me stars. Post it in the Discord.
Okay.
Post in the Discord and it should be fine. Thanks. Let's see the link. Let's see your build. I can post it in the chat for everyone to see it if anyone is wondering. So I'm gonna do that. This is the link of your build. Okay. So basically, you've got 10 points in shield, shotgun and flamethrower, 11 in mortar, 10 in build train, and then you're going for spike drive, lantern flash, blasting charge and endurance. Okay. And for the weapon you've decided to go for the Bane. Nice. So in the hotbar you might want to decide from now whether you want to be using Venomous Maw or not. I would suggest going for Spread of Death and 8-legged allies and putting 10 points into Miasma, or maybe putting 5 points into Venomous Maw cooldown, 5 points into Critical Striker. So 5 points into Critical Striker in Bane, 5 points into Endless
Oops,
Maw
I
for
forgot
cooldown.
about Relic.
Okay, so if you haven't thought, then never mind it for now. I can give you some advice later on when it comes to the relic weapon. Because there's no respect when it comes to the relic, so always keep that in mind when doing relic stuff. Can I put something here? Not
Will
yet,
it be
I
good
guess.
if I use the fire one? The
The
sword
fire
relic.
one is amazing. The fire relic is amazing when it comes to train builds or to hybrid Railmaster builds, because this does burning, and this is also burning, and this is also burning. So regardless which train cars you decide to get,
Noise.
you're gonna benefit from a nice synergy with the flame relic. I can actually switch to a frame relic, but currently I'm doing chance to bleed.
I only have 6 cores ATM.
We can help you with some farming, of course. It's not gonna take that long. We can go and kill White Vote a few times, get some cores. It's not gonna be difficult. Alright, let's start a new map. Voting. How many blinks per voting? 1, 2 blinks. So a poison resistant map it is this time around. Okay. Alright, so far so good. Not seeing many elites spawning recently though in those maps that I've been doing. Alright, a blue drop. I really need to farm some more legendary items though. I want that 100 legendary essences collected. It is slow though. I don't care whether I'm getting low level legendaries or high level, as long as I'm getting legendaries for those essences. Oh, I should not have used Ghost Train there. I wasted a lot of endurance. And yeah, always looting all the lootables I can. Since the day I got a legendary from looting a destructible item, I never miss them unless I actually don't see them. Okay, I'm gonna go here first. Okay, I'm gonna come back for those. Let's get them all to spawn up here. Alright, that was a nice spam of spike drives.
Destructive objects are the main source of getting legendaries for me : $D.
Yeah, they do give a lot of good stuff every now and then. I mean, it's not always, but it does give good stuff. Definitely not worth skipping them. This one, alright, interesting combination of affixes. And I'm liking the drop rates of legendaries. It's not too bad and it's not too good. It's kind of in a good spot at the moment, how often legendary stuff drops. Since it's gonna be a lot about min-maxing when it comes to endgame level 50 items. And since it's all about getting one with good affixes and with enough enchantment sockets and so on. It's definitely at the right place right now. Some people have said that we get legendaries too often, but when they introduce mayhem modifiers, and then when you think about needing to get something with enchantment sockets. Oh yeah, it was quite good when we were in the party. That extra 15%. Well, you know, the limit is 100% gear work. If you have anything over that, it's an overkill. And with the party you get extra 15% gear work just for having the other person being near you. So you get 5% from the level 5 tree of work, 15% from being in a party. That means you only need to worry about 60% because the green map is 20%. So with the green map you get yourself to 40. That means from the items you need 60. You can easily get 60 with 2 items. They don't even have to be both legendary. You can get all the way to 40 gear work per item when it comes to gloves and helmet if it's a legendary one. So that can get you to the limit even when sewing. Like right now I have 72, then another 20 from the map, so I'm at 92% gear work right now. Pretty close to the max. I can max it out if I switch my helmets to the level 19 one. It would have been nice if there's an item that instead of dropping blood pools, drops endurance regen thingies or energy regen thingies. So some special legendary, maybe a focus item that drops some of those endurance regen things. The same way you have the blood letter or whatever the name was. Yeah, the blood drinker. The same way you have the blood drinker dropping blood pools. It would be nice to see something that restores endurance or dissipation of the heat or something like that. Or energy for the mage, mana. Okay.
I am thinking of getting an alpha key.
Oh, Magma Ape, welcome to my Twitch, dude. Welcome to the Struck Club, nice to have you here. And thank you indeed very much for the follow, it is really appreciated. Okay, I died.
Magma Ape, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
When it comes to getting an alpha key, if you're buying it, keep in mind that the websites that are selling alpha keys are probably breaking the wall. I don't think it's allowed to sell alpha keys for games that are free to play. So you might be supporting thieves. What those people are doing, I mean, I'm not gonna tell you don't buy it. Feel free to do whatever you want, but be aware that what those people are doing to get alpha keys and to be able to sell them, they're creating bot accounts. They're creating fake accounts, fake emails, or they're actually not really fake, they're actual emails, but they're using some tools or whatever to register hundreds of accounts for alpha access, and then when the developers randomly approve different accounts for the alpha, instead of actual people who have registered to get access to the alpha, those bot accounts of those websites who are spamming invites and everything, those things get access. So websites who sell access to this game for money are actually robbing real players from playing the game and are forcing them to buy from them or to wait. It is bad, it is bad. It's like buying stolen gear. Buying stolen equipment, like buying stolen bicycle or a stolen set of speakers or something like that. So keep that in mind. If you decide to buy access to the game, I'm not gonna stop you, but all I can do is at least warn you that what those websites are doing is probably not right. The game will be free to play, and no one should be charging access for this game. But if you're really desperate and you want to, be aware that you can go ahead and pay for access to the game, but I would not trust my financial information to some website like that. I'm not sure whether that's not going to some credit debit card scamming company or whatever that is using the info.
Got it? I wonder, will it come to Steam?
Well, I won't be surprised if it goes to Steam. For now, they do have their own launcher. They do have the Arc Perfect World Entertainment launcher, but it won't be bad if it comes to Steam. It actually would be better for the game if it also launches on Steam together with the Arc platform. I think it's a safe bet to say that if there are other Perfect World Entertainment games
and also
on
what
Steam,
kind of microtransactions we will have.
well,
Like
for now, you know, we only
cosmetic
have.
maybe.
For now, you see, we only have those microtransactions. Storage slots, which is $2, €2, to get an extra storage slot. No, that's a relic storage, never mind, that's a relic storage. And I'm gonna quickly show you what relic storage means. Relic storage means this. This is relic storage, so all those slots you can unlock to put different relic weapons. You can have different builds with different combinations.
But I can't buy it anyway, carat D.
Then you have a shared stash tab. This is €5 or $5. And a shared stash tab contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It contains 20 items. So you're paying €5 or $5 for the ability to store extra 20 items. Then the other final thing is another $5 or €5 for a character slot. You start with 4 character slots. No, 5 character slots by default. So anything after that you would have to pay for. And that's, I guess, a reasonable thing to sell. You kind of have to charge works to be able to get those. Those are reasonable, and I'm liking this. Something they would probably be selling is skins, because as you can see in the trailer, they have a transmogrification system.
Will it become an MMORPG? Like hack and slash with multiple players in it?
It's gonna be not a real MMO. It's gonna be similar to what should I say? If I were to compare it, there's a Drake and Sank Online, browser, mobile, etc. game, where you have different public zones. So I'm gonna quickly demonstrate it. I'm gonna go to a public zone. It is similar to Diablo 3. It's gonna be similar to Diablo 3, but with the difference. It's more gonna be like Diablo 4.
MMORPG.
It's gonna be kind of an MMO, more similar to Diablo 4. So if you've read and saw the news about Diablo 4, there's gonna be public zones. So you can see here I have 2 frontiers, Hivit and Goblin. Those frontiers each have 6 zones that are public. So this is a public zone, this is a public zone, this is a public zone, this and this are also public zones. If I were to go to this public zone and teleport to it, then I can see other people in the same public zone. But each public zone has different instances, different seats. So I can be in the same public zone as my buddy, but we can actually not be able to see each other unless we're playing on the same server, let's say. And you don't pick the server, the server gets picked for you. So if I'm playing from the EU, the game would put me in an EU instance together with other EU players. It's kind of picking the one you have the least amount of ping with. So this is a public zone, and there could be other people running around next to me, but you can see there's Murky Cavern, Upper Excavation, and Goblin Stash, which are dungeons. Those are private dungeons, so if I go into this private dungeon...
Is there a chance for C players?
Oh yeah, I think there is... already enough servers to accommodate for Southeast Asia and Asia. Before, people from Asia used to complain on my channel that their ping is very high, that's why they stopped playing. And back then there were only North American servers, so even I was getting like 150, 160 ping, and even people from the US were getting 150, 160 ping. But since then things have changed and now there's different servers. So if I do Control and D, this information here at the bottom right gets copied. And in this information you can see that I am playing on this server, 67 ping, and the region is Europe West, so I'm connected to a Europe West server. So my buddy could be playing from North America and teleport to the same zone, and we may be placed into different seats. They're called seats, and I think from this information you can see the seats somewhere.
Nice. I want to sign up for an alpha key. Is it free?
The sign up is free, and you can do it at torchlightfrontiers.com. I also suggest checking the official Twitter, the official Torchlight Frontiers Twitter, and follow them. Every now and then they do some contests which would allow people to win, such as a screenshot contest or whatever other type of contest you could think of. Sometimes they would reward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. alpha keys to the winners. Also, every Friday there's streams
official
on the
TLF
official Twitch. On the official Torchlight Frontiers Twitch, I cannot guarantee that there would be giveaways, but every now and then people might get lucky and maybe the owner, the CEO of the company would come and throw a key or two in the chat, and the fastest one to grab it and activate it would get access to the game. And sometimes there's proper giveaways on Gleam, and that is a few days before a big update rolls out.
Nice,
the next
nice.
upcoming update would be update 10. So a few days before update 10, maybe a week, maybe 3-4 days before it, there would be a preview stream on the official channel. So when there's a big official stream preview, they do
You
Gleam
can buy keys
giveaways.
for €7 LOL.
Yes, you can buy it, but as I said, those websites are bandits in my eyes. They're registering multiple accounts a day. Let's say you have a person whose job is to register 100 accounts a day, and that's not hard. You can
That's
have one
illegal.
person. You can have one person setting up 100 emails a day and registering all those 100 emails for alpha, and when they send out keys, this guy has 100% more chance than you, and then when they get like 20 of those 100 accounts
OMG,
approved,
it's Bernie. Thank you for the follow and welcome to
then
the
they
Struck
sell
Club.
those keys for money. And selling those keys, I mean, I'm not telling people don't buy them, I'm just letting you know it's the same as buying stolen goods, buying access for a game that is free to play. So be careful with those websites. They could be legit, they could be dodgy. Many people have told me they have bought access and they're playing the game and they don't have problems. But it's the same as buying stolen goods. They're robbing players like you and me from getting access by registering multiple accounts a day and then selling those accounts. I mean, it's a business for sure. I mean, it is a business for people who have the nerves to do that. But it's very scummy. It's probably one of the most scummy businesses to sell access for an alpha game to people and robbing them from their chance to get that by registering multiple accounts a day. And I can imagine people who work in sweatshops somewhere in poor countries get hired to do that, to go and register 100, 200 or 300 accounts a day with some email addresses and get a chance for the company to make some money. So okay, I was gonna do some end game, and I did some end game on this character. I'm gonna quickly change to the mage. because I want to show some mage gameplay, and then I'm gonna show some forged gameplay. So yeah, it's not impossible to buy access to the game. It's just probably not the best thing you can do, unless you want to support people like that who have such businesses. But if you're really desperate, you can make that decision and go ahead and do it. But it's like really like buying stolen goods. So you can see I've stocked up on maps here. I've got shit tons of maps on this character. And let's see my gear. My goblin defense, it's a bit more than the high vid, so I'm gonna do a goblin map. Let's start doing those maps here. If anyone wants to join me, if any one of the viewers is playing, let me know. I can either take you to level 50 maps, or I can join you in lower level maps and help you with farming, questing, whatever you wanna do. I'm always happy to team up, and it's better for everyone. Higher gearwork chance when we play together, and it's more fun. We can combine our skills, buff each other. So this is a double HP map. I'm gonna have to step up on the DPS game.
Can't wait.
Oh yeah, man, this game is definitely worth waiting for. It is worth waiting for. Currently, people
Signing
might
up.
End up getting burned out. If you play this game for too many hours a day, sooner or later you would get burned out, because there isn't that much end game to do. But when the game releases, I'm sure they've got some interesting things in mind. They're just trying to get the core systems in place. Before moving into a beta, a game needs to have all of its core features and systems in place. And since some of those are missing right now, that's why it's still classified as an alpha. But I've played betas and fully released games that have less things to do than this one. Warhammer Chaos Bane, which I played on launch, didn't have that much to offer. It did seem like a rushed game. It did seem more like a beta than a launched game. But if Warhammer Chaos Bane were to have launched today, it would have seemed more like a completed game. And later tonight I will be streaming Warhammer Chaos Bane to all of those ARPG fans among you that might be wondering whether it's worth playing or not. You might see me play some mage gameplay today in a few hours. Let's say I'm gonna stream for another 2.5 hours of Torchlight Frontiers, then do like an hour break for dinner and then I'm gonna do some Warhammer Chaos Bane. I wanna be experimenting with some of the new items I farmed, the new sets, the new main hand, off hand, and the new god skills and passive skills, with new builds I've never tried on the mage. Alright, let's see. Some goblins here. So this game currently has a lot of things missing. From what I'm gathering, they're planning on releasing with 4 frontiers. We only have 2, with the third one coming really soon. And they're planning on releasing with at least 4 classes. We currently have 3. One has been teased, with not much information revealed about it, but we know that it's coming eventually. And maybe they would make another one, 5th one, before the release, maybe. But I'm pretty sure that we would have at least 4 classes on launch. And when it comes to 4 frontiers, 4 classes, it doesn't seem that bad. And each class would have 16 skills at least. 8 in one tree and 8 in another skill tree. Then you would have at least 5 relic weapons. Currently we have 3 relic weapons, and they've already teased a lightning and an ice one. We currently have the fire, the bleeding and the poison relic weapons. And the relic weapons are an important part of your build. They do allow you to put another active skill in your skill bar if you don't want to be using one of your other abilities or a basic attack. You can go ahead and use an active skill, and they also allow you to get some nice procs. This one gives me up to 12 spiders. 2 by default and another 10 by spending 10 points here. And it also gives me this skill, which poisons the enemies. So when I kill a poisoned enemy, there's a chance for a spider to get summoned for how many seconds? I think for 8 seconds. For 10 seconds lifespan, so each spider lasts for 10 seconds. And the spiders follow me around. So it's kind of like a summoner build, but not entirely. It's not a real summoner build. If you want to get close to a summoner build, you can use this skill. Spirit Well. What Spirit Well does, it summons 4 or 5 netherlings. And those netherlings only stay within the vicinity of the Spirit Well. Hey Night Viper, thank you for the follow, dude, really appreciate it. Also, OMG, it's Bunny, I forgot to thank you as well, dude, thank you for that too. Welcome to the Struck Club, guys, I hope you're enjoying your time here. So if you're playing the game, feel free to let me know, we can play together, I can help you out with whatever. If you need information, don't hesitate to ask, even if the
Night
question
Viper
might
24,
seem like a dumb question.
thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
You're seeing at the moment I'm kind of farming, endgame farming. My main goal is to get those essences to 100. I kind of used few today, I think used 6 or 7 today on my Realm Master to enchant some stuff. But this is my goal, to eventually get 100 of those essences, which are used for enchanting items. Then I think this is an invisible wall, I can't go there. Yeah. Alpha things, you can add a hashtag in front of it, post it on Twitter. But it is hashtag alpha things. You can even make it just alpha things.
The giveaway has ended.
Oh yeah, the giveaway has ended, guys. The giveaway yesterday, one of the people who signed up won the alpha key. So it was Joza Gulikoza, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Who signed up? I think. Well, at least the entry that got him the win was joining my Discord server, but I think he had entries for following me on Twitch or YouTube. In either case, good luck to, not good luck, but congratulations to the guy. And I'm really hoping to hear from him to make sure that everything is fine, that he received the key that I sent him a message for, and that he was able to activate it. So. Joza, if you're
Ark's website seems slow.
Watching.
I realized I already have an account with them, Lord of the Rings.
Ark is Perfect World Entertainment, so that's Perfect World Online, Star Trek Online, Neverwinter, all those games are by Ark. They just kind of rebranded, so instead of calling themselves PWE, Perfect World Entertainment, they decided to call the launcher the Ark launcher. It's not a bad move. It's a nice way to have them do that. And yeah, if Joza is watching, dude, please let me know that.
Scratch that. I meant NW.
Yeah, Neverwinter. World of Drinks Online is a different company. It's, I think, Sony Online Entertainment or something. If I'm not mistaken, or maybe I'm getting mistaken there. But yeah, this game would not be a hardcore MMO, it's gonna be more of an ARPG slasher with some sort of MMO elements, kind of like Diablo 4. Being able to see people in public zones and in public lobbies. But when it comes to private dungeons, it's gonna be just you and your party. And it does have gathering, it does have some sort of crafting. It also has crafting when it comes to your base. You can craft items such as walls, floors, cooking pots, benches, etc. And you can decorate your fort. And you also have crafting stations there as well that you need resources to craft themselves. So there are some MMO elements, but the game is in its core an ARPG. An ARPG, dungeon crawler, looter. In the same way Torchlight 1 and 2 were. And that's a good thing. I don't want that much MMO elements in my ARPGs. So for people
Is there
who
gonna
want...
be a PvP?
For now, they are not talking about PvP. They however have teased about them experimenting with competitive aspects of the game, but they're talking about competitive PvE aspects similar to Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. If only this had gear work, it would have been so great. Although for defenses, this is a great helmet. I want to just check my defenses. 20% damage reduction in 25, 45% compared to 35. Sorry, had to mute my mic to sneeze. So okay. Oh, there is
Would
something.
you like to have PvP in TLF? Struck.
Well, personally, I don't care whether there would be PvP or not. I mean, I know people would like it, but PvP is very hard to balance when it comes to looter games. I think a good way to balance PvP would be to make sure gear has nothing to do with the with the power of a certain player.
Right.
So you have to limit the power, so that a person with a white item would have the same defenses as a person with a yellow item.
Not to
And
mention
the only way,
P2W.
the only thing that would matter is the abilities and the procs and things like that. But it's gonna be amazingly hard to balance PvP, knowing what they have in store for the wood. They want us to have some special affixes and prefixes that modify skills in a certain way. There's also skills that do certain things on blockchains, like blinding and so on. So balancing PvP in a game like
I hope it'll
Torchlight
stay
Frontiers would be a hell.
PvE-oriented deterrent.
Torchlight has always been that nice PvE game that you can play without being too hardcore about it, and this is in the core of the game. So PvP probably would not be, and probably even if they decide to make it, it would not be
like crafting and such.
the priority. Yeah, it would not be a priority, even if they decide to add it, just for the sake of it, the same way we had it in Diablo 2, regardless how some builds could one-shot others, just for the sake of messing around with your friends. The same way you have it in Grim Dawn, in duels, you can PvP others, but it's not the main thing of the game, but you can still do it for fun. I still remember fighting for ears in Diablo 2, taking other people's ears, cutting them off and making a necklace of ears. It was fun. It was definitely fun, but it wasn't the main thing about the game. But I wouldn't mind having PvP. I'm not opposed to the idea. I still think since they're a small studio, they don't have that much manpower when it comes to development and everything, and art and music and everything. I'd rather them focus on other things, especially during an alpha. Maybe the PvP could come as a DLC later on, or not a DLC, but an expansion or whatever, when the game releases. I don't think they should focus on that before the game releases. I'd rather them focus on adding more competitive PvE, maybe, like pushing a payload or defending a payload, or maybe a survival mode with waves and so on. Things like that. Like Grim Dawn is a great example of game that keeps adding
Do you think the keys are still up?
Your pet has run away.
Which keys? I'm not sure which keys you're talking about. Not sure what keys you're talking about, but as I was saying, guys, Grim Dawn is a great example of an ARPG done right when it comes to the end game. My only problem with Grim Dawn is it takes shit tons of time to max out a hero unless you're doing something like Grim Stash. If you're using Grim Stash, you can modify a character that you already have to level 100, get him to be a blank state, and then just use it to create outs of any build. But that's not really much fun, and it's just a long journey to level a character from 1 to 100 in Grim Dawn. But Grim Dawn has so much end game to offer. It has survival modes, it has different pushing in terms like similar to Greater Rifting when it comes to those Shattered Realms. So over the years, Grim Dawn has been adding and adding tons of stuff for the players to do, and it keeps adding different roguelike dungeons and so on. So there's tons of stuff there for us, and that's a good thing. Okay, I've gotten this. Let's go to my fort and dismantle some gear. And even games like Titan Quest, surprisingly after THQ Nordic got the license, they've been adding some updates. The last one I think was Atlantis. I did play and stream it a bit. I just couldn't find time to play it that much afterwards, but if you're fans of the genre and you don't mind slightly outdated graphics, not something to be wowing you, but not something that is too bad, Titan Quest is not bad at all. Titan Quest is like the father of Grim Dawn, to be honest. So there's a lot of similarities due to the engine of one being based on the engine of the other. My pet's been bugging me for food, so I need a quick minute break. I hope you don't mind me taking a minute just to feed my pet, so just allow me a moment for that. I'm gonna do an ad break as well in the meantime, so you have something to watch on the screen. But the pet just keeps meowing, and I guess it's already time for him to eat. So doing a 60-second break. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. I even got myself something to drink from the kitchen. So, I see that there's 1 second, okay, 0 seconds remaining on that break. And I'm back into the game. Okay, so the pet is no longer hungry, I hope. This one, let's see if I can put it in one of my storage slots. I'm collecting this set here. Well, I'm gonna have to find some room for it. Let's see what I can empty my storage from. I can put pet items here, and I can put chest, gloves, boots, and weapons and stuff. Okay, I can put some weapons here. And an offhand
Feels
maybe.
bad, man. I can't remember my password in Ark, haha.
Oh, you can try and retrieve it. You can contact support if you can't remember it. It's not gonna be that bad. They are helpful when it comes to things like that. And this is a chance to walk pet item, sadly wall level with 2 enchant slots. I'm gonna keep it because it seems like a very nice one. Okay, and this one will go here, I guess. Okay, let's start the next map. And if anyone wants to join me again, feel free to let me know. I'm gonna try and help out. Another goblin map. Currently, there are a lot of play hours that the game can offer you when it comes
seem to receive their
getting
forgot
good
password
gear.
email.
Did you check the spam folder? And are you sure you're checking the correct email? I assume probably most people are not like me. I have like 6, 7 or 8 different emails for different things. I have one for my streaming purposes, I have one for work and real life stuff, I have one for gaming spamming when I register for different newsletters from different gaming companies. I have shit tons of emails for different things. So I hope you're not like me, because then it might be painful to remember which email was used to register. I have one for my mobile phone registrations for whatever it is. Oh, this is a very nice offhand, I think. If only didn't have the chance to fear though. Chance to fear is good for some builds, but for other builds it isn't. I guess for a mage build it's not that bad, because fearing on a mage would end up helping you in the higher difficulties.
Yeah, we're the same.
Oh, another legendary item. Look at that. At the start of this map already 2 legendaries. Way to go, way to go.
I think I'll wait in the morning. It's already past 11 p.m. here in Philippines.
Oh, you're from the Philippines, nice. I've always wanted to go there. I actually, when it was time for me to consider universities and stuff, there was a great film school academy in Cebu, Philippines. Based on some feedback I've gotten back then. I was wondering if I could go there, but studying in Asia for a European person like me would have been much more expensive. So I ended up studying in the United Kingdom for my university degree. But I would have loved to be able to afford and to have actually studied
Cebu
in the Philippines, in
place.
Cebu. Yeah. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Cebu, Cebu.
Especially the beaches.
Yeah, I've seen some images. It would have been a dream come true if I studied there for my university
the
degree.
City is kind
and
of
their
alright.
film school academy would have been a great place to be there. It definitely would have been nice. But
You're
it definitely would have been
the
expensive there. Okay, nice, nice. Glad to hear that. And back in the day, I used to play a lot of Philippine server RPGs. A lot of RPGs that only released in Southeast Asian servers, that never made it to the Western market. So I did play a lot with Philippine players. So there was like Philippine Malaysian guilds, which probably I was the only foreigner in. I can't remember certain names at the top of my head, but I think Atlantic Online was one of those games that I think never made it to a proper Western release, but had a nice community in the Southeastern Asia market. There are some more that were more steampunk guns and stuff. Steampunk guns and stuff, but I can't remember the names, but it was long time ago. I was still a teenager and I'm like 30 now. So it was probably like 14, 15 years ago. But it was fun, definitely. A lot of fun people there. They even taught me some words in Tagalog. They told me like putanginamo and things like that if I want to swear at people. One of them actually was joking. At first he was saying that putanginamo means I love you instead of instead of it being a swear word.
That's cursing.
Yeah, I know it's cursing. I know it's cursing. But at first he was joking, and then someone else told me, no, don't use it as a compliment. It's a swear word. And I was reluctant to use it, because I did know this guy was famous to be a joker. At first he was joking that he was female, then he comes in the voice chat and you hear the male voice, and it kind of got me suspicious of anything he tells me, knowing that he's just joking. What? Trying to do those friendly
LOL
trolls.
classic.
Yeah, it is classic. But yes, Cebu is definitely on my places I wish to visit list, if I could. But tickets from Europe to Asia are quite expensive, plane tickets. Like Europe to Europe, not so much, but Europe to Latin America or Northern America or Europe to Asia, kind of expensive to travel.
You should also add to your list Boracay and Baikal.
Boracay, are that names of places for the to visit list? Nice, I'm gonna look those up. Baikal or Bicol? I'm
Yes.
wondering. Boracay. I'm assuming it's not Boracay as my text-to-speech pronounced it, which you shouldn't be hearing
Bicol.
anymore. I used to have text-to-speech with which would read everything from chas. From
Not
chat.
Baikal.
Bicol, okay. Bicol. Nice. Yeah, the text-to-speech reads it in kind of more British pronunciation, so that's why it's read it like that. But thankfully you no longer hear those. I made it with voice meter to reroute the text-to-speech so that only I can hear it. I'm assuming it is still working that way. But interesting places, I'm gonna look it up. I do love me some beaches and stuff. I am a person that loves the warm places more than the cold places, but I wouldn't mind going to places for like snowboarding and everything like that when it's like cold places every now and then. But if I were to choose 40 degrees Celsius over minus 20 degrees Celsius, I would definitely always choose the unbearable heat over the unbearable cold. And I love that in Asian countries spicy food is something very popular, and I do love me some spicy food. If it doesn't let my eyes, if it doesn't put tears in my eyes, it's not spicy enough. That's my saying when it comes to spicy food. So I've tried some very spicy sauces that even a little drop of it would give me that result, like some mixtures that are
Yep.
hotter
From
than
where I'm from,
the
spicy food
Nagajuoke.
is the norm.
Yeah, pretty standard, I guess.
Like every cuisine must have chili.
Pretty nice. I should have been born an Asian, I guess, with that love to spicy food. And there's also the thing about Asian women known to being beautiful. It is a fact. And them aging slower than European and other Western women. It's also a fact. So that's also a nice thing. And back when I was playing games like Ion and other RPGs like that, I used to have time to be guild leader and everything, and I
Try
used to
looking
have
up
some of my
Silent
most trusted
Small
players
but
were actually
terrible.
Filipinos. So some of my most trusted players when I used to be a guild or clan leader in different games used to be Pinoy players. I had like a pair of Pinoys who used to live in Germany, who were my trusted officers back when I was playing in private Ion servers. And they were very decent people. And then I had other officers from the Philippines as well. I no longer have the time to be a babysitter, and being a clan or guild leader is kind of the same as being a babysitter with all the not drama, but it is kind of a lot of drama
Ion is
going
pretty
on
much a dead game
in
right
different
now.
guilds and clans. Yeah, I'm sure that Ion is a dead game. When I played it, it was 2008,
It is hard.
2009. Well, there's always gonna be people that don't get along together. And you're kind of babysitting them like, oh, he said this to me, but he did that and so on. It's like kindergarten babysitting the little kids, being a teacher or whatever. Even grown-ups, like people over 20, 21 or so, do behave like kids sometimes when it's in online games. So I definitely stay away from that. I guess I had my fair share of MMOs when I was younger. Now I kind of look for ARPGs, less grinding, more looting, less grinding for levels, more grinding for gear. This is my favorite way to play. Grinding for min-maxed setups instead of grinding for levels, which is what MMOs had most of the time and still do. That's why with MMOs it's popular to have high-rate private servers. Because people don't like grinding for levels, they like grinding for items.
How about
and
our page for its lore?
ARPG for its lore? Well, that's fine as well. If it's a serious ARPG, I do love going through the story, watching all the cinematics at least once. On my first Warhammer Chaosbane playthrough, I took twice as long than on my next ones. Because I wanted to watch every single cinematic video, I wanted to listen and read every single dialogue just to get immersed into the story. But on my next playthroughs I was skipping through every single dialogue I could. ARPGs for its core makes it seem more like a proper game. Like when it comes to MMORPGs for a story, for war, I think Guild Wars was doing very nice, and Guild Wars 2. I've always loved the story there. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 is also kind of very weakly populated. There aren't many people playing it nowadays. It was fun shortly after release, there was esports tournaments and everything. But then it got so boring so quickly and it got so grindy. Like back when I played, getting legendary items was almost impossible. Of course now people can craft legendary items so easily. But back then you had to grind your ass to be able to get all the materials needed to craft a legendary weapon. And back then we only had legendary weapons. I was playing a mage, of course, which is mostly every time my first character played. And when Guild Wars 1 released, I think within the first week I was one of the first few people to reach 100% map completion.
My password reset email hasn't arrived yet. I guess you'll see in the morning.
What I would suggest is you can go into the ARC Discord. You can go into the Play Torchlight Discord and there's Perfect Word and Voice. You can try and contact one of those, or you can contact support via the ARC contact form. So Play Torchlight is the official Torchlight Frontiers channel. Feel free to try and ask there tomorrow if you haven't received the email, because you should have received it multiple times by now. And the support is nice. I mean, I've gotten some help for different things already multiple times, and they are helpful indeed. And this is the pet system. You can capture pets from those cages. You don't capture them, you actually free them. You decide whether you want to send them to your shelter, you want to swap with your current pet, or you want to release it into the wild. Yeah, if there's no code afterwards, tomorrow contact them. There's Arkham Voice in the Torchlight Discord as well, by the way. So if you're already a member of the Torchlight Discord, you can try and contact some of the Perfect World employees from there. In the meantime, let's go to my fort and dismantle some items. But the game is definitely worth waiting for. So far they've been delivering with each update, they've been delivering, and they even took the time with update 8, they took the time to, instead of deliver a big massive update, to deliver an update with a lot of quality of life improvements. Which is something you don't expect from alphas, to do quality of life centered updates, and it was a nice surprise to see an update like that. In between the regular big updates. Crit chance and defenses. Okay, that's not bad. Of course, I'd rather have this one with HP and multiple crit chances, because this one is worth it in any frontier. If it had enchant slots, if it had 2 enchant sockets, I would have immediately gotten this one saved.
Hey Struck, thank for the alpha key.
Hey Jose, congratulations, and guys, this is the person who won the alpha key last night. So, congrats to Jose, and we'll see you in game. If you need some help, feel free to let me know. You can contact me in game on Discord or just leave me a message. And have fun for sure. For sure, you will be having a lot of fun in the game.
Thank you. Yes.
So when it comes to this item, it can turn out to be an amazing item, amazing Digitus. If I can get him to give me crit hit chance and crit hit damage, it's gonna be nice. Currently, I can get poison chance from the sword, and it works well with the Bane. If I want to be playing with the Bane, but if I want to be playing with a different relic and I maybe get another offhand with mana again,
I will let you know. Need some time to know the game,
I can try and play with
and we can
Digitus.
go play some together.
Yeah, take your time and get used to the game, and then maybe when you're done with the campaign, or when you get used to it, you can go ahead and let me know. And also, I have build videos. Most of them are still viable, if not all of them are still viable. Even though some of my old build videos are missing some of the new skills for certain synergies, that doesn't mean those builds are bad. So if you are not sure what build to get, you might want to see some of those videos on YouTube. And you can also ask me if you want to know certain build synergies, some hints. I can always tell you. I can tell you this skill is amazing on the mage. This skill is amazing on the mage when it comes to damage skills. And the new skill White Spear is also amazing. And what you want is a Luminous Run. For me, this is a must-have skill. I personally prefer having Consecration, but some people don't. And I'm just gonna respec now. I'm gonna redo this build and show you something. The way I like playing this build is more within the lines of this. Instead of having maxed out Consecration, I only put 4 points into it, and I max out Dark Spears for the White Skills mana cost. So I want White Skills damage because I want damage for White Spear, and I want Dark Skills damage because I want damage for Entropy. So I'm maxing out those. two boats, only for the passives. I'm maxing out this one for the relic active skill damage, because I like using it, and it's also a lot of running than this one. Dark skills mana cost, I max it out because I want entropy to cost less mana. So now we're maxing out White Spear. White charge buff duration, it's not bad, it's good to have it, because the white buff gives you extra mana regen. Then I'm gonna max out Damnation. This is currently the build I was playing. And the only difference is I maxed out this one, but I'm gonna put 4 points here. And I'm gonna max this one out for the white skills mana cost reduction. So minus 20.16% white skills mana cost, and this costs a lot of mana, so it's good to have the mana reduction for a skill like this one. Maybe you can sacrifice the dark skills mana cost because entropy doesn't cost that much, and you can get away without putting points into Holy Fury and just putting more points into Consecration, like maxing out Consecration and putting 4 points into maybe Spirit Well if you feel like using it, or maybe even Energy Spike for the white bar charge gain, or even for Dark Spear duration if you decide to use it. This one is also not bad. Currently this is a hybrid build, but this is an amazing hybrid build in my opinion. So the way I play this is, as you've seen, I'm using an active relic skill. And I used this as my number one. What was my number two? Oh, this one. I think this was my number two, and what am I missing? I'm missing something. My number four, oh yeah, Consecration. Okay, that's gonna be it. So I kind of switched things up. This was maxed out, it no longer is, and this is now maxed out, so I can spam White Spear a bit more. One more map and then I'm gonna switch to the Forged. So yeah, one more map. Oh, I need to sell those maps, those recipes. As you can see in my inventory, I already have a lot of maps. A great tip to new players would be try to keep your money, this here, the goat, under 3000. If you're dying and if you want to rest on your place, you have to pay 300 or 10% of your money. So if you have more than 3000, you would be paying more than 300. So if you want to make sure every time you're paying 300, buy maps. The maps don't have a level, so even if you buy them at level 1, you can use them at level 50 and it's still gonna place you in a level 50 map. You can always sell a map for 500 and you can buy it for 500, so it's like gold bars in MMOs. In MMOs you can spend 1000 gold for a gold bar and then you can sell the gold bar for 1000 gold. So it's like a currency. So if I were to buy one map now, this one, Goblin Supply Run, it costs 500 and I can always sell it for 500. So I'm not losing money by switching that. And I'm gonna be sure that when I die I'm not gonna pay more than 300. If I want to rest in my current location, of course. As soon as I hit 3000, the more money I get, the more money I would be paying for resurrections. So this is kind of my way of dealing with this cost. We were doing high-wit maps until now. I'm gonna do a goblin map and then it's gonna be time for my... Actually no, we were doing goblin maps, my bad. We were doing goblin and I think I should have been doing high-wit due to my defenses. Let's see. Yeah, I was doing goblin, so it's gonna be high-wit when I switch to the other character. My goblin is better on this class. Okay, let's take this extra energy regen. So with this shrine you can kind of spam stuff. Damage enhanced map. This means the enemies do 100% more damage. Double damage on the enemies. And this is the thing you can see over here. Okay. So a great thing, if I were to play the build right, I would be using Damnation, and then I would be killing the enemies that were afflicted by Damnation to regain some of my mana back. This would be the better way to play it. As you see, sometimes I mess up my rotations, I would kill enemies without using Damnation. And that's fine for me, I'm okay as long as I killed stuff. But if we were to go into min-max territory, we would really want to make sure Damnation is applied, especially on enemies that we can one-shot. Because we can just use White Spear, one-shot them and then get some mana back and then keep using White Spear. Alternatively, we can just do the same with Entropy. It's not so bad if you're using Entropy. I use White Spear when they're lined up, when I know I can hit multiple enemies with White Spear. But otherwise, Entropy is nice, because it hit those enemies, it hit those enemies as well. And that's why I like having both skills in the same build. Currently I'm playing with White Spear Damnation build because they're the newest skills we got, and I've played with the other skills so much in different builds. And I'm kind of looking for something different to spice up my playstyle. But the skill that's one of the greatest skills of the mage is Energy Spike. For the cost of the damage you can get with this skill and the knockback, etc., it's amazing. Maybe next week I can do Energy Spike together with White Spear. I do like light skill cooldowns, it goes well with Luminous Run, that's why spending points into Entropy is always nice. Because Luminous Run I can kind of, even if I don't have a single item with cooldown reduction for Luminous Run, I almost have 100% uptime. It's like 0.7 seconds downtime or so. If you have one item with Luminous Run cooldown reduction, together with maxing out Entropy, that's more than enough to have 100% uptime for the skill. So I should have used Consecration before I wasted my mana to do some more damage, like now. I'm a big fan of White Spear though, it's such a great skill, I'm loving the sound it makes when you use it, loving the whole physics of the skill, being a piercing and being kind of wide enough to be able to hit a few enemies next to each other. Wow, okay, it's hit a wall. Entropy is also great for breaking stuff when it's clustered up. But I guess so is White Spear, it just costs a bit more. Twice the mana, this is 4.8, this is 1.2, so actually 3 times. Almost 4 times the cost. So you can adopt a playstyle where, if you're using similar build to mine, you can adopt a playstyle where you're using Entropy most of the time and only switch to White Spears when there's some elites or bosses. This is actually pretty nice drop. If only great weapons, great swords were not so bad when it comes to attack speed compared to a staff which is supposed to have similar attack speed. but actually has twice the attack speed or so. And two-handed items in general are weaker than one-handed offhand, because you can have the same number of enchantment slots on a two-handed and one-handed. And when you know that the one-handed goes with a offhand that can also have the same number of enchant slots, and when you know that the secondary affixes here, in this case bonus crit damage, chance to immobilize, chance to summon a skeleton archer, those are the secondary affixes, have the exact same numbers on two-handed and one-handed. So this is 51.4 crit damage. You can see my one-handed has 56.4. I'm assuming the bracket is between 40 and 60, and kind of makes no sense to not go for something else that can give you crit chance and other stuff and more enchant sockets. I've already given them feedback about this, and I'm really hoping for a two-handed rework in the game. It is much needed. And the best way to do it would be to either double the values we can get, or to double the number of affixes. Like give us 6 enchant affixes, up to 6, or double the values we can get from the enchantments. The enchantments for two-handed currently give us more. They give us better stats than one-handed enchantments, but the secondary affixes are the same as the one-handed ones. So even though enchanting a one-handed and two-handed would not give us the exact same amounts, it's gonna give us slightly more for the two-handed. You can see the damage here on the two-handed is barely better than the one-handed ones. It's like what, 20% better? Maybe roughly let's say 20% better. And yeah, the other affixes are the same, the secondary ones. So I'm a big advocate when it comes to promoting one-handed with an offhand, regardless whether it's one-handed shield or a one-handed with a focus, until they buff up the two-handed combat. But it is fun to play with two-handed weapons every now and then, just for the sake of using basic attacks and stuff. But if you were to use it as a stat stick, you're definitely better off not going two-handed for now. Something that maybe is an exception is rail hammers for rail masters. You get a bonus 100% damage if you max out hammer spin. I think it was hammer spin. Yeah, it should be hammer spin. That gives you 100% when maxed out damage to rail hammers. But that's only for basic attacks. It's not for your skills. And if it was 100% extra damage when using rail hammers, regardless of whether it's a basic attack or not, then it would have been nice, because it would have applied to all your active skills as well. Right, how much more? Not much more from this this stage of the map. I'm gonna use my relic skill. Can I snipe those from here? Oh yeah, I can, to a certain extent. Haven't got them poisoned. They're gonna come and they're gonna try and come to me, but their pathfinding doesn't allow to go this far. So as you see, some of them went back already. Right, I'm gonna wait for my pet to return and pick this wood afterwards. Few seconds left. Okay, the pet is back. Is there a chest here? Oh, bountiful chest. Already have a lot of recipes. This one is pet recipe. I think I've unlocked all the pet recipes already. And those maps you can actually store in the warehouse. Like if you, like me, have a lot of maps and you want some more room to put other stuff, you can always put them in the warehouse and share them there. Or you can create a mule character and just make that mule character store some stuff for you. I do have 2 mules. This is a recipe. One-handed, I already have this one, so not gonna pick it up. It's only 15 gold, nothing too fancy. Even a white item costs more. Oh no, it doesn't. White item costs 8, but they are stored in different places. But the green item is 30, blue one is 60. I'm wondering if 15 is the right price for those recipes. Because 15 seems a bit low for those recipes for enchantment when they drop. Maybe 30 would have been a better price, as much as a green item. Because currently it's placing them right in between green item cost and the white item cost, how much those recipes cost. And it makes no sense for them to be blue in color and cost less than a green item. Right, this time before killing the boss, I'm gonna do what I normally do. I spawn some enemies here and I kill them, because they also have a chance to drop items, and if you're leveling up, they also give you XP. If you kill the boss, there's no chance to spawn those enemies. So there's some down there, there's some here, and there's some around the middle that spawn. So there should be some here somewhere. There we go. I'm gonna kill those before the boss. And now I can go and kill Dust. Well, my pet is already full, okay.
You are overloaded. You can't carry anymore.
Ah, why? I should have... oh, that's a recipe, never mind. That's why I can't pick it up.
Your inventory is full.
Alright, let's go to the fort and then I'm gonna walk on the forged. Show some gameplay with the forged. Oh no, I went to the town. Well, that's not so bad. I can at least sell those recipes while I'm here.
You say opportunistic, I say shrewd.
Okay, I'm gonna keep the green items and use them for essences. Then those green essences are exponentially raising when I'm not enchanting. I had like 500 the other day, now I probably have close to 600. But there will be a time when I will be heavily enchanting to level up my recipes when they add that feature. So that's why I'm stockpiling those. Oh, actually I'm over 600 already, did not notice reaching that. So this I won't need, this I won't need. I'm gonna save this. What about this? This, I know I already have a frost mace, and I normally try to keep one of each legendary for the different skins, but yeah. Oh, I've got some room here for items. Okay, I can put this one here, and this one, and this one. Actually, let's do something different. I want to put this blade together with the other blades like that, so this is the frost mace. I'm saving much better than the one I got rid of, because it has freeze chill and relic weapon charge rate. So this one will probably replace my other goblin with skeletons. So this is the goblin with skeletons, 56 crit damage, chance to summon, chance to immobilize. Slight difference, but this one has to enchant socket, so I'm getting rid of that one. It's one extra essence. As you saw, I was keeping 4. One with the summoning, which was added with update 7, I think, or 8. Maybe it was update 8 when those fixes were added. The chance to summon skeletons. And one without it, like a legacy item, which probably no longer can be dropped. And 2 of those, one for each frontier. So this is chance to summon skeleton, Hivit, and Goblin. Without chance to summon skeleton, Goblin and Hivit. I wanna do something quickly. I noticed where was it? I noticed one of those swords here. Where did it go? Wait, I did see a second one like this. I kind of lost it. Well, never mind. I did not equip it. Oh yeah, another Molten Reach. So let's see, do I want to keep this one? Chance to burn, Blind Fear. So the chance to fear seems to be the one that is probably always in this item. I'm gonna get rid of this, I'm gonna keep this. Getting that essence farmed. So 81 essences. Alright, it's time to go to the Forged. Played a bit with the Realm Master, a bit with the Mage. The Forged is the one that I still haven't maxed out. You can see 48 Goblin, 49 Hivit. So he has currently gear for Hivit farming, that's why I'm gonna go Hivit. Altogether that's 50% damage reduction. Poison plus Hivit. A nice number. And I should have placed some of those maps I had on the other character in the warehouse so I can play it with this guy. Also, if anyone wants to join me, I have legendary and blue maps across my characters we can run together. I don't want to run them alone because it's gonna be a waste of a map. I don't really need that extra 50% bonus gear work. The green one is enough to max out my gear work on my mage and my Realm Master. On this guy probably it would be nice because I'm not stacking up that much gear work on this dude. So I'm just gonna quickly buy some maps. I can buy goblin maps, 2 of them. And let's go and buy one Hivit map, which we're gonna use now. Alright, Hivit, here we come. So it's a level 49 plus map here. Since I like clearing everything, I'm gonna go to the dead end first. This build is the worst build possible to play in a toxic map, because it requires me to be close and personal when it comes to the enemies. And when I do that, I'm getting hit by the poison from the toxic fields. But I'm using this Vortex Bomb Vacuum kind of skill, my number 2 skill. vent off the heat, and I have very short cooldown on that set for this build, which means I'm building heat with my number 4 tracking strike, and then with my number 2, which is vortex bomb, I'm using that heat to pull the enemies closer to me and to stun them. And there's also a chance to heal when hitting stunned enemies. So if I have chance to stun gear, I can actually stun the enemies before hitting them with vortex bomb. If there's a champion enemies, then I can stun them with vortex bomb the first time I cast it, and then the second time I cast it, I can heal myself if they're still stunned. It doesn't... oh yeah, it stuns for 1 second. So it's not gonna be enough. I've currently set up my cooldown to 1.3 seconds. I can always get it down to even 0 seconds. I've done this experiment, and you can get the cooldown to over 100%. 100% is all you need if you want to spam it that much. But for me, I'm using, I think, 80%. Cooldown for vortex bomb, 88.6%. This is my current cooldown reduction for this skill. And it's more than enough, because I build up my hit to the maximum by using my number 4 3 times. So 1, 2, 3, and then it's maxed out. When it's between here and here, it's doing the most damage it can do. 3085%. Up to between 1000 and 3000 weapon damage. But it doesn't seem to be doing that much damage. So when it's not maxed out, it's between 300 and 1000, and when it's in the second stage, it's between 685 and 2000. It's kind of waggy, so at the moment it's showing me second stage instead of first stage. And earlier it was showing me instead of first stage the third stage. So it definitely is very waggy when it comes to this. And that's an invisible wall, I can't put this chest. I've already reported multiple of those invisible walls in the Torchlight Frontier, which are kind of a similar layout. They're following a certain pattern, and something within that pattern, when it's randomizing the layout and placing the chests, has gone wrong. Alright, let's give some gear to the pet. I really wish to be able to send my pet to, instead of sell gear, to dismantle, to break down gear into essences. That would have been such a great quality of life for us. To give the pet some more options when sending it to the town, besides just selling. You've probably noticed I'm not using this much. This actually debuffs the enemies, makes them take more damage. A great damage boost for the whole team. I'm not using it that much because I don't think I really need it that much at the moment. But on elites and champs I probably should be using it more often than I normally do. Just still not used to this playstyle. But this update for me was such a nice surprise when I saw this and this skill. I was really looking for skills that would let me play a strong vortex bomb build, and I was missing a skill to build up heat fast enough, and this skill allows me to build heats very fast. It's 25 heat. Any other skill that can be spammed does not build that much heat. So this can be spammed for 9 heat, this can be spammed for 4. This cannot be spammed, it has a 7-second cooldown, so it doesn't work. This only builds 3 heat. This builds 13 heat, but the heat dissipation, that's a debuff for my build. I really don't want heat dissipation. This is 15 heat, but it's with cooldown. This is 14 heat. And it kind of can be spammed or very slowly, so Having Fracking Strike cost 25 hit is just the perfect synergy for Vortex Bomb spamming build. And this update was probably the best update so far when it comes to forged classes. The forged class, the melee version of the forged class really got buffed with this one. I can try and make a build later on with Cyclone mode, which is actually this skill, the spin to win. Cyclone mode combined with Fracking Strike and Vortex. But while you're using Cyclone mode, you're gonna be losing DPS if you're going for a Fracking Strike Vortex. So Cyclone mode has its other benefits, and those are there's many hits per second, which means many procs per second. So if you're going for chance to shock build and you have poison, not poison, shocking bots, when you shock proccing, then Cyclone is amazing. And if you're using the Bane relic with this passive, those spread of death, so if you have 10 points here, 10 points here, and Cyclone mode, it's a very good combo together with the shock. So shock and lightning together with poison is pretty nice. And you can even combine it with the chance to shoot fireball on block, which doesn't seem to work, which I'm using at the moment. The 40% chance to shoot a fireball that deals 100 piercing fireball, mind you, that deals 150 weapon damage as fire. So combining that with the spin to win build, with chance to shock and the Bane would give you 3 elements, and you can maybe give your pet some bleeding like I do with Bloodlust stacks. Then you can have 4 different elements, stacking those dots on the enemies. I'm currently keeping this shield only because I don't know how rare it is to get this this enchantment. And the problem is, yeah, it's not working now, so I'm kind of wasting an enchantment slot. But I don't have a better shield to use. And I think with this build, having extra chance to block fits very well. Because shields don't dissipate energy. Focus items, on the other hand, dissipate energy and are breaking my build if I get some steam dissipation or heat dissipation. So this is probably the perfect build for a shield as well. This and the spin to win build, but for a spin to win build you would want steam dissipation, so a focus item would go well there as well. So you can spin for longer before needing to vent. Unless you want to be venting more, that's also a possibility. If you decide to go for a spin to win build where you're spamming the vent more than normal, this is what happens in toxic map if I get stun walked by this dude. So yeah, if you wanna be venting more often with Vortex Bomb while spinning with Cyclone mode, you also would be using a shield preferably instead of a focus item. And you would also want to be putting 0 points into shotgun blast. Oh no, get away. Damn, I almost got myself killed again by those toxic fields. But yeah, not the most melee friendly map bonus, map affix, the toxic one. So you're seeing I'm killing stuff slightly slower, well not slightly but noticeably slower with this guy compared to the Realm Master I played at the start of the stream and to the mage I played just earlier. But it's still not so bad. It's much better than it used to be before with some of the other builds I've tried. And believe me, I've tried them all. I've had so much time on my hands with this game, so I've tried every single skill combined with every single supportive skill, and so on. The only combos I've not tried are combos with the new skills and other setups, so I've not tried something like using this together with Swag Shot. And this would be a great combo, and I think that's probably the next one I'm gonna try. I just gotta bring back the Swag Shot items from my storage and make some setup. So I might respect my skill points, keep them respect before the new respect system rolls out, and maybe I can sort out a build with that in a few moments and try and make it work, see how it will go. I'm not a big fan of Swag Shot, but I think it's worth testing it out. It could be a great combo. Sonic Pulse with a Swag Shot. Sonic Pulse, I guess, is good in any build, and you're losing DPS if you're not using Sonic Pulse in any build. It's such a great skill to be added to the class. It's what was missing. It's the missing thing that that made the Forged be able to compete in terms of DPS with the Mage and the Realm Master. Because the Mage has Consecration, the Realm Master has Blasting Charge, and the Mage and Realm Master have very high DPS skills. Whereas the Forged kind of could do some damage, but not as much. And now with Sonic Pulse in the mix, I think it can compete very well with those other two classes. So the balance is now kind of better. You can even go for a ramming robot build. Ramming robot can do shit tons of damage if you stack items with affixes that give you damage for it. It's gonna be hard to find items that give you ramming robot bonuses, but it's gonna be nice. I'm also waiting to see what items what item affixes we would get for the two new skills. They did not release any items that modify any of the new skills with update 9. So Mage, Realm Master or Forged, any of the new two skills each of them got with update 9 have 0 affixes. So we don't have things that reduce the cooldown, the cost reduction, etc. for either of those. Damage with rapid fire, chance to blind and poison. That's pretty nice. I want to see something here. So this is a chance to stun the enemies. So if I do that, I have a chance to stun them and then use this to heal, and this is healing when I hit stun, so not bad. Good synergy. That's why I say the Vortex Bomber build became much stronger now, because this goes well for building heat, and this allows me to stun before using Vortex Bomb, which also stuns as well. So it allows us to stun walk the enemies, kind of. Only I'm looking for cooldown reduction for this, not for duration or whatever, but for cooldown reduction for this. And I'm looking for damage increase for this when it comes to items that have affixes modifying those skills. We'll see what extra games decides to give us, but that's the things I would wish if they were to ask me what do you want to see in regards to affixes modifying the skills. That's what I would say. Damage increase for Fracking Strike and cooldown reduction for Sonic Pulse. Those two would be the more useful, instead of heat, instead of cost reduction for this, or stun duration for this and things like that. I would like to see a legendary item that increases the chance to stun on Sonic Pulse. That would be nice, making it from 15 to 30% chance to stun, or to 25% chance to stun. That's also gonna be nice if there's like a Mayhem affix centered around Sonic Pulse, having a wider AoE and a bigger chance to stun, but maybe having a longer cooldown, so you would want items with cooldown reduction for it to make up for it. got this chant down. So I think I need to go there. I'm not sure whether I was there in that part of the map. Maybe I did visit it, but just to be sure I've cleared everything, I'm gonna go back. Oh, destructible. Nothing to see here. Oh, and Tawutable here. Was I there? Yeah. Oh, I think I saw everything this map can offer. Oh no, I've not been here. Nice.
Can't cast that spell here.
Let's get this armor crystal. Okay, last room, last place of the map left unexplored. You can see my XP is moving very slowly. This is the final level of this frontier, and the XP bar is barely moving after one map being completed. It's like what, 5% or so per map? You're gonna need like 20 maps, or maybe even over 20 maps to get the final level. Maybe 30 maps to get the final level. Like 3% point something per map. But this is on difficult, I'm not doing ridiculous. So with ridiculous I would be getting extra, what, 15% XP was it? Between 35 and, okay, 20% more XP. But not 20% of my current, 20% of the base. So it's not gonna be that much more, and it's gonna be much slower. There's gonna be higher chance of dying, which would again slow you down. So I do think if you're leveling up and you're solo, difficult is probably the way to go. If you're in a party, probably you would want to push for the higher difficulty. For ridiculous, especially if you're in a full team. Full team with ridiculous is gonna be pretty fast and good XP, because you're gonna be speeding through things, and the only thing slowing you down would be the spawn speed of the enemies. I've never played in a team of 4. The most I had in a team was a team of 2 people. So I'm really looking forward to sometimes team up with my viewers and get a whole team going and just completely obliterate anyone in our path with stacking different buffs. I would really want to be in a team that has one of each class and maybe a second mage, or maybe a second realm master. And you can see here that I skipped a second forged from the mix, because I still think it's the weaker out of the 3 classes. Not by too much now though. Getting close to 300 blue already. Not bad. So let's see if I've got any gear for Slug Shot.
Your pet is
Slug
back.
Shot, Slug Shot. Come on, there's got to be something with Slug Shot bonuses somewhere here that I've saved up. Slug Shot, okay. One item with Slug Shot. This could also work, chance to stun. So swag shot, come on, where is it? Swag shot, there we go. So this is 39, 49, 10%, 13%. I'm gonna get this one as well, just in case. I'm gonna decide which one is the better option. This would be nice as well. I wanna try it out with the swag shot setup. What level is this? 47. Okay, it's gonna work. Stun duration. Might want this as well. And that's 0.8 seconds, that's a lot. Not seeing much more stuff for swag shot. Let's see the final two places. Oh, there's some shock gear there. Chance to shock. Might want to bring this doom pipe as well. Oh no, never mind. If I'm gonna be using this, I don't need the doom pipe. So yeah, we're gonna be trying a swag shot setup with the new skill, Sonic Pose. And it's preferably gonna be a goblin build. Swag shot goes very well with the crit chance, with the crit damage build. So you don't need crit chance. Actually, you need crit damage stacking. So we'll see. Is my chest piece currently with crit chance? No, it's not. So yeah, since swag shot has maxed out crit chance when you max the skill out, you would really be needing a lot of stuff that gives you crit damage instead of crit chance. So this would be a nice armor for the Goblin Frontier for swag shot build. Chance to stun weapon. Nice. I'm gonna just sort out some of that gear and see which one would be the better choice. Let's quickly check the warehouse as well. There might be some stuff here. Chance to shock, boats fired on shock. I do have this one, by the way, the extra repeater, which has nothing on it. The extra repeater, by the way, is a planned weapon to being one of the weapons with mayhem affixes. I'm not sure whether the game currently has a basic extra repeater. I don't know why I got an item without any affixes on it. I know there's few items like that were wooted by people with bugs. I've reported this one already, I think, but yeah. And the model Torchlight Frontiers lead manifold cannon. So this is also chance to stun and stun duration. I wanna try it. I wanna get it in the fray there. Because this is 0.8 second stun duration and this is another 0.8. That means 1.6 second stun duration extra. So anything else for swag shot? I don't think so. There's the chance to shock sword, which I probably would be using, together with the offhand for extra 6 bolts fired on shock. crit damage, knockback resistance, stun resistance. So the more crit damage you stack, the better. But this is only level 37. We'll see. We'll see. For now, I think I've gotten everything I needed. Probably use this helmet for extra gear work. But yeah, I think I've gotten everything I needed for now. That's a lot of crit damage, but no chance to stun. Oh! This could be good, even though it gives me mana again per second and faster cooldown for Dark Spears. I could add some extra damages here. Hit from shotgun blast, additional bolts fired on shot. Yeah. Okay, this is 56 crit damage. Yeah, for now, let's try and equip things one by one. So, first of all, I'm gonna put this one there. I'm gonna put this one here. Since I wanna go Goblin Frontier, I'm gonna equip this one. And chance to stun. This would give me 20% chance to stun, but I wanna equip this item. Chance to stun duration. This is also, well, this is gonna lose me 20% crit damage, but I really wanna check with that extra chance to stun how it's gonna be. So we'll see. I really don't need that extra thing. So chance to shock or chance to stun. What do I wanna go for first? The damage difference is huge. The damage difference is just amazingly huge between this item and the other one. I don't know why the other one has such a high physical damage bonus by default. Chance to poison and chance to stun, this might work well for me. So yeah, the chance for shock would be this combo. For now I'm gonna go for that. And between those two items, I'm thinking using using this one would be the better option. So this is Swag Shot and this is Swag Shot. Okay, let's do this first. I'm gonna try this option first. Instead of chance to stun, I'm gonna go for the chance to shock. And I'm gonna be using this one for extra crit damage. Is there a shoulder with more crit damage and goblin? This one. Goblin and crit damage. Because I want to go in the Goblin Frontier. Okay, so this one seems to be the choice here. Well, I'm gonna have to return all that gear later to their respectful places. For now I'm just gonna do something like this to be able to tell where the wood ends. Now, I'm respecting the skills. Do the reset. This is gonna give me extra damage for all the skills into these three. Not too much, only 25%. Maxing out Swag Shot. So I'm probably gonna be using Cold Launch now. Barrage skills duration. Ah no, barrage skills cooldown. Nice, so maybe this would work as well. I'm gonna need that heat dissipation because I'm not gonna be spamming that too much. I'm not even sure I wanna put points into Cold Launch. But since this gives me bonuses to it, I might as well do so. What's the duration? 6 seconds, and that's with this one. Chance to heal health when hitting a stunned enemy. I'm actually gonna go for that one. And I want the movement speed. And now can I... Yeah, I'm gonna have enough points to put those two to the maximum, even though I'm not gonna use them. Relief active skill damage and damage reduction in melee combat. And now the build would be something like this, probably. Probably shouldn't be using the Bane, just to note this there. Maybe this would be the setup. I think it works well that way, yeah. So you can see here, Swookshot crit chance 102%. So that's why I said striking crit damage is better for a Swookshot build. And mine is very low at the moment. I'm not stacking that much of it. This should be at least 250, 260. So yeah, I'm gonna get it boosted soon. I could get an armor with a lot of crit damage, in theory. And I've seen some pieces on my other characters. But for now, let's do a goblin map, see how it goes. My goblin defense at the moment is not so bad, but it is bad. It is bad. Now it's gonna be a bit better. 26% total damage reduction and... I could get extra crit damage if I were to play something like another weapon, but let's go. Oh, and I think I prepared a helmet with gearwork. Am I wearing it right now? A goblin gearwork helmet to replace the Hivit non-gearwork vortex bomb helmet I was using. Let's see how many blinks. One blink, one blink. Yeah, this is the helmet, I'm wearing it. So I'm wearing a 34 item and some level 40 something items. And these additional bolts fired on shock would be interesting to see how they would work. Alright, let's see. Alright, why am I not shooting? Oh, I need to be spamming my... It's been a while since I've last used a setup like Swookshot. Oh, I need to be holding the skill, okay. I kept pressing it to... Okay, not so bad, but I'm using... At least I was using extra damage, double damage shrine. You can see pretty strong, and it's a range setup. And that's not maxed out. That's not a min-maxed setup, and I'm not even using Sonic Pulse. So Sonic Pulse would make them take more damage. And I'd rather be using Vortex Bomb than Coal Launch. Even though Coal Launch would be doing probably better. I think this bonus, chance to heal when hitting stunned enemies, is better, especially if you get a chance to stun items. Which should we have? I'm gonna try the stun setup for the next map. This map will be the shock bolt setup. I'm just waiting to find some enemies that would be challenging when it comes to using Sonic Pulse on them. Yeah, of course I would be overburdened, only left 2 empty slots. Probably gonna pick only blue gear and the buff during this map run. Yeah, this is a very nice synergy. Sonic Pulse with Slug Shot. Group them up together, then debuff them, and let's see. I can even use this one. Shotgun Blast. With Shotgun Blast currently has a cooldown before you could spam it. What they've done is they nerfed Shotgun Blast to make it very unappealing. I'm not liking what they've done to the skill. They kind of destroyed it by adding this cooldown to it. This 0.1 second, and this 0.1 second is after spending points here that remove the cooldown by 30%. Not sure why they decided to go for 0.1 second cooldown. Before we could just spam the skill, and now there's some delay between the attacks. And that just seems bad. The skill really didn't need this. It wasn't that strong of a skill to ask for a cooldown on it. I really don't feel that it's worth using the skill. I mean, it's still a strong skill, but let's just put it to the test with the next group of enemies. So, okay, this is a perfect example. And let me not stay in the choke point. Look at how bad the damage is compared to this. Just doesn't seem worth using Shotgun Blast. Even though it's a wide area, it's not a piercing projectile. Just that delay. It seems like 0.1 cooldown, but there's delay between the casts. So it ends up being like a second instead of 0.1 seconds. And just feels bad. Look at that. Compared to this, which has no cooldown and still has some delay in between the shots. So I'm not sure who decided it's gonna be a good idea, but I can tell you it really isn't. Maybe on paper it sounded like a good idea to add that cooldown, but in practice I've played the skill before a lot and I can tell you it feels wrong to have that delay in Shotgun Blast. It was great because it was spammy and it allowed you to proc stuff easily, even though it didn't do that much damage. Its main use was not it was not used mostly for the damage. It still was good damage but not perfect damage. But it was perfect to proc things. When you group the enemies together, you could proc those projectiles such as the lightning bolts. And by the way, this chance to shock I don't need much. I actually need a chance to shock cannon, but why am I shocking with my cannon skills without chance to shock on my cannon? That didn't used to be a thing before. Very strange. I'm gonna keep trying. Instead of using my other skills, I'm just gonna use the cannon skill. Is it me or is it the pet that's proccing? Let's see, maybe the pet is proccing those projectiles. Oh, it's the pet, see? It's not me, it's the pet, so I need a chance to shock cannon to be able to benefit from those projectiles. Okay, I'm gonna find a chance to shock cannon in a moment. This one is not the perfect one. It gives me good crit damage though, and good crit chance. So if I want to be doing a chance to shock build, I really need a chance to shock cannon. to benefit from those shock bolts. So for now, quick change in the setup. We're going for the stun setup. Although this again, chance to stun probably would not apply to that one. Let's see. I'm gonna have some chance to stun from the other things. So this is gonna be 20 something% chance to stun. And I wanna be healing from those stuns. So let's see how often I can stun them with my cannon. I'm not seeing much stuns. I'm seeing stuns, but I think it's the pet who is doing them, not my cannon. Because that chance to stun is not on the cannon. And I think it only applies to the melee skills. Even though it's on the offhand, so it should apply. Maybe I need chance to stun on the cannon so that the one from the offhand could also work. But I think the one from the offhand only applies to the sword or mace or whatever I've got equipped. Let's see about this. Can this poison proc shock bolts or stuns? This poison can actually proc the stuns. Look at them getting stunned like crazy. Amazing. So I can still benefit from that healing on stunned enemies if I use something like the Venomous Maul that poisons the enemies. So it's not a waste having chance to stun on your offhand and main hand. Stacking that extra, what is it, 30% chance to stun altogether. 10.2 and another 22.6. So 32.8 chance to stun. So using skills like the active relic skill on a stun build would be amazing if you're going for a setup like the one I just used. Okay, I'm gonna do 1 or 2 more maps with this guy. I'm gonna try the shock build when I switch some of the gear. And then I'm gonna do a pause, have dinner, and then after that it's gonna be Chaos Bane. Or Hammer Chaos Bane. But yeah, the Swagshot setup is fine. It definitely is fine, and it goes well with Sonic Pulse, which I keep forgetting to use. Just gonna take me a while to get used to spamming that skill. Okay, I'm losing some crit chance now when the pet is gone, but I don't really need it that much. Actually, when I'm using a Swagshot build, I probably shouldn't be using the crit chance pet aura. I can be using any other pet aura and it would be better. Because my main crit chance is gonna be the one for Swagshot, and it's always 102%. So doing something like this would probably be better. Running partner. Another thing to keep in mind. And those spiders can also stun stuff. So let's equip the stun duration instead of that extra crit damage. Look at all that stun. They're actually staying stunned for quite a long time, so this chance to stun is for 0.8 seconds. This is for 0.9, and then there's another one for 0.8. So how does the addition of those seconds work? Is it adding those 0.9 together with the 0.8 and together with those 0.8? Together with the 0.8 extra duration and that extra duration? I gotta check. I wanna see how long an enemy would stay stunned for. The thing is, my poison proc is the one that's mostly doing the stunning. and each poison tick has a chance to stun it. This also has a chance to stun if it hits. Okay, come on, get stunned. This one is resistant.
Your pet has arrived.
Okay, he got stunned. Oh, that's a long ass duration of the stun. Look at that. That was an amazingly long duration of the stun. I'm not sure if it got restunned by some of the next procs. Wow, he was to make the stun stay for long, but this was amazingly long. Was it like 3 seconds or so? So let's assume that this 0.9 and 0.8 gets added, so it's 1.7, then another 0.8, 2.6 and another, no, 2.5, another 0.8 and then another 0.8. That's over almost 5 seconds, I think, if that's how it works. Otherwise, it's each of those chance to stun for X seconds might have a separate proc chance, which would be fail to have it that way. It would be nice to kind of add that duration and the chance. Kind of keep increasing the duration and the chance. Nice. Okay, it's a bit hard to hit when they're right next to you. Sometimes not this skill only, other skills as well, like Ghost Train. When the enemy is right next to you, there's a bug that makes you miss. Yeah, I might actually make this my next build. Might make this my next build video. This combination between Swag Shot and Sonic Boost. I think it's worthy of its own video. It's gonna be my second build video for the Forged after update 9 was introduced and Sonic Boost was added. Seems like a very nice spending of the skill points. And it would work with any relic weapon as long as you use the active skill to be able to get some extra stun chance or shock chance and chance to proc those shock bolts from main hand off hand combo. It could also work well with a two-handed weapon, but as I said, those are kind of underwhelming in their current state until they get buffed with one of the upcoming patches, if they get buffed. This is kind of underwhelming though, the shotgun blast, so it's kind of a waste of SWAT. I'm only using it for the heat dissipation, I guess, the steam dissipation for the passive. I want to test something. So if I'm holding my number 1 and number 4, yeah, I have to let go of my number 4 to keep shooting my number 1. So if I wanna weave them in, one the other, you can do that. So that's a min-maxer territory already. And it's gonna require some extra skill. Holding 1, pressing 4, holding 1, pressing 4. And it could work, and if you have chance to knock back, that would keep enemies away from you. So this way, even with the current state of shotgun blast, you can kind of make use of it. Being there in the skill bar is not gonna be for no reason. So you can weave in between the downtime of Swag Shot, you can spam shotgun blast. But you see, sometimes I end up pressing my shotgun blast more often than I need, and that ends up not casting Swag Shots. But if you listen to the sound, Just press it as soon as you hear the sound for swag shot and it would work. And when the enemies are closer, it's gonna be great. Okay. So we found a few interesting things already with this setup that could maximize the DPS. Let's go back to the shock bolt setup, which was the chance to shock. Chance to shock. And getting rid of the stun duration. And where was the shock bolt? Shock bolts. Okay, it's this one. It already has shock bolts. Was there an offhand with chance to shock that I had somewhere here? Oh yeah, the shock bolts was with the shield. 7 additional bolts fired on shock. And shock duration is 1.2. 8 bolts extra fired on shock, not bad. But this would only proc with my ramming robot, with the pet attacks, and with my venomous maw. And my venomous maw currently is not maxed out for cooldown. So you would ideally want something like that there. You would want a chance to shock on the cannon, which I will try on the next map. I'm gonna try and find a chance to shock cannon. I'm pretty sure I've got one somewhere out there in my gear, even if it's a WoW level 1. It's gonna hurt my damage or what it's if it's a WoW level 1, but I wanna just check it how often and how much I would be spamming those shops. Loving those shocks. I'm not sure what the shock does differently than the stun. I think it prevents them from attacking, but it doesn't completely stun them in place like the stun. It's always been hard for me to tell what exactly the shock does. But yet they seem to be able to rotate left and right and to move, but they can't attack. Maybe that's what the shock does to them, kind of like a silence for attacks instead of for skills. And it's not complete paralysis, so they can't move. I would like to speak sometimes to, maybe during one of the official streams I might ask some of the developers if they can confirm exactly what the shock does and how it differs from stun. Other than those shock bolts, which of course is way different than stun. But what it does to the enemy, like the shock itself. Wow, this didn't get affected. Oh no, he did. Okay, let's try this. Chest piece. Let's see. Chance to gain burn proof crit hit. Oh, if I can get 2 pieces of crit damage on this armor, it would be amazing. And look at that, chance to gain burn proof on critical hit. Every hit is a critical hit with swag shot. Every. So just think of it that way. It's the perfect armor for certain Goblin Frontier maps on a swag shot build. Now I need to get rid of something. Not get rid of, but just put it on the back burner for a while. I'm gonna put this to my pet. I'm not gonna send the pet to sell though. So I need to go for my fort now. It was worth picking up different items for Swagshot build just to test them while being in the map. And now next off, as I said, I want to try a chance to shock cannon with all those bolts fired on shock, just to see how well it would synergize with Swagshot. Chance to stun cannon also would have been nice. So I really don't need the crit hit chance from this one, I need crit hit damage. Crit hit damage and chance to stun preferably. That leg armor I got, that was actually a drop from the last map. So can I put it somewhere in here? Let's see. Goblin chance to Goblin crit chance. Oh, it's a bit better, even though I'm losing one crit chance. It's better. More HP, more. I'm gonna get rid of the other item with the 5 crit chance. I've out-leveled it, and I can live without that extra 1 crit chance. It's not the end of the world without it. So it's kind of an upgrade, even though I would prefer item with crit damage instead of crit chance for a build like this. For other builds it would still be nice. I also want to try using this one, damage against goblins, poison. I want to try using this one as an offhand with the Swagshot, because the crit chance, crit damage combo of Swagshot would go well with that. Chance to stun on a shield. This would also go very well. Yeah, this would have been nice for that stunny setup. So now let's try and find a cannon with chance to shock and extra crit damage. Chance to swell, chance to bleed. Shit tons of damage as well. Chance to burn, chance to stun, chance to swallow. Very low level though, I'm only saying this for the model. Well, no chance to stun stuff. I'm gonna put the vortex bomb stuff here in the meantime. So this was vortex bomb. This was the vortex bomb I was using. I was also using this and this before. I was using this. I was using this. I'm gonna remember where I put those things. So this armor, I'm gonna try and enchant it in a moment. I'm wondering if I can get some crit damage on it. Which reminds me, there is a enchanted calculator, eCalc. So this calculator, let me see if it popped up the link. There should be a link showing up in the chat. I'm gonna put it in YouTube as well. And in Mixer as well, eCalc, exclamation. So let's see in the chat. Enchant simulator. I'm not sure who made this. Someone from the Discord made this. I saw the link, so this is useful because you can simulate the enchanting machine. So this machine in the game, this station, it shows you what the possible things you can get are. So if I go to Goblin Batwer, let's see. I'm gonna open this calculator. And then I'm selecting rarity legendary. I'm selecting level, what level is it? 50. Wow, okay. Level 50 legendary. And Goblin Batwer. Okay. Submit. So you can get fire defense, physical defense, goblin defense, undead defense, potion luck, or HP. You cannot get crit damage or crit chance. I'm still gonna enchant it though. Let's see. Let's get some goblin defense. Well, unlucky. Disenchant. Wow, that's nice. Ooh, that's great. That's great. So from fire skeletons I'm not gonna benefit, but from fire goblins I'm gonna benefit from all that damage reduction. So here from 42% it's gonna jump to 56%. So 30% damage reduction versus goblin, 23% versus fire. But I'm losing that 21% crit damage, which I said is important for a setup with Swickshot. But look at it that way: 100% chance to gain burn proof on critical hit. I'd much rather have goblin defense than fire, because if I'm burn proof, I'm just gonna be resisting all of the fire damage. Or at least, or maybe that means I'm not gonna be set on fire. I'm still gonna take fire damage, but I'm not gonna be set on fire, I guess. We'll see. The way I understand this, I'm not gonna be set on fire, but I'm still gonna be taking fire damage from what the description is telling me. And I'm not losing that much HP. 7,000 point something compared to 5,300. And the defense is definitely better. Okay. As I said, I wanna find an item, a cannon with shock. Chance to burn, chance to bind, maybe here. Chance to shock. Level 43 only. I'm gonna remember there being a high with 43 chance to shock. Low level. Low level. This is okay. So 1666 and this is gonna be 1447. But since this is high wit and it's lower level, I'd rather use the other one. What about this one? Yeah, this is gonna be the one I'm gonna try. I still rather have that minus heat, but if I don't want the minus heat, I could go for that extra boats Phaeton shock. Am I able to get some fire defense or something? Some Goblin Frontier ones. Additional boats, yeah, I don't have any Goblin ones. Okay, let's put this cannon here. And let's put my old one here. I can probably put some items in there for now. Oh, this was the vortex bomb. Okay, let's put the vortex bomb here. Okay, and this goes here. So all of this here would be vortex bomb. Oh, and this is also vortex bomb. Okay, it needs to go there. Alright, let's go. Now it's time to try the chance to shock setup with the chance to shock cannon. in the Goblin Frontier. I'm having fun, a lot of fun with this Swagshot setup now that I can make it do even more damage with Sonic Pose. The only problem is I need to stack a lot of crit damage, and currently I don't have chest piece that gives me a lot of crit damage and shoulders that give me good crit damage. And I'm not sure we can get crit damage on other places than the chest, legs and shoulders. I don't even think the legs can give crit damage, probably only crit chance. Kind of have to check some of my other characters if any of them have one of those. Come on. Yeah, much better now when we have the chance to shock on the cannon. But the damage is suffering. The damage is suffering because it's only 169 crit damage now. It's a Nimbo map. Oh, let's see this. Chance to fear, chance to stun, great weapon. If you're wondering what it looks like, that's what it looks like. It's one of the best looking great weapons. It looks like a demon's head or something with those kind of horns and so on. Look, that's as if that's the helmet, and then there's those Viking horns or anything like that. Well, there's actually many good looking, even the Dwarven Motor Blade or whatever it was called, the one with the attack speed bonuses, is looking nice as well. Kind of hard to tell which some of my favorite items are when it comes to the way they look. That poison item I'm using on my mage, the poison sword, or maybe I'm using it on another character now. It's amazing, the stinger. It's like a better version of this one with poison when it comes to the model. Look at that spikiness. So it's kind of like this but with poisonous glow. It's still that kind of with horns, with spikes. It looks amazing, similar to that blade we just looted. So some of the item models and armor models in the game are amazing already. And before there was a time when we could proc shock bolts from other shock bolts. So I'm shocking the enemy, it does a bolt, the bolt hits another enemy and it shocks the other enemy and procs more shock bolts. And it used to be shock bolt galore everywhere. Of course they nerfed that and they removed it because it was a bit silly. It was fun but it was silly. Procs procking other procs. Proc stacking. But there were some fun times indeed while this was there. You'd have the whole map taken over by shock bolts before. Not that now I can't do that, of course I can, especially with this shield that gives me just 6 shock bolts just from the shield. Not considering I can have 2 more from gauntlets. If there wasn't that hit from Swagshot, then I could have shock bolts from here extra. And even from the cannon I can try and find one that gives me extra shock bolts. So I'm pretty sure I can probably get them all the way to 10. I'm sure I can get it to 9, just by changing my gauntlets for the other ones. But maybe I can get it all the way to 10. So fun Swagshot setup for sure. I'm definitely gonna try and get a Bane that has maxed out Venomous Maw cooldown just for this setup. Might spend one day farming relic cores with viewers. It would be nice to get those relic cores farmed. For some new player viewers who might want to farm Bane cores and Flame cores for the Burning Destroyer, we can just spend some time farming those bosses who drop those. Cause it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice for me. I'm gonna delete some of my current relic weapons, make better ones. I did mess up a lot of my relic weapons at the start, not knowing much about how to build them.
Will you play TLF tomorrow?
I wouldn't mind doing it tomorrow. If there's interest of from the people to play it tomorrow, I will. I was wondering what to play tomorrow, and TLF
Those
is not a
spiders
bad
are your
thing.
summons. This is a summoner build?
This is not an actual summoner build, but the spiders are summoned each time I kill a poisoned enemy. There's I'm gonna show you in a moment. Let's clear out those. Currently the game doesn't have a clear summoner build, but this relic weapon, the Bane, which is this item. This item is a relic weapon, so you have currently 3 relic weapons with 2 more in the works, coming with probably the next update. So you level up your relic weapon up to level 40, and each level gives you a relic point, and you decide how to spend them. The spiders are this skill, 8-legged allies. Then this pesky glitched, I think this is a glitched netherling, because he doesn't want to die. Right, I'm gonna show in a moment. Let me just make sure no one is attacking me.
Okay,
yeah, this one is glitched.
TNX.
This one is glitched, it's not doing damage to my pet, it's just attacking it. Just a bug. Alpha stuff. So this skill, 8-legged allies, when you kill a poisoned enemy, there is a 90% chance you summon a poison spider. You can control 12 spiders with a lifespan of 10. 90% is not the actual chance, the actual chance is 40, but I've maxed out the skill, so it is 90, because it has extra 50%. So you can get it up to 90% chance, and you can control up to 12 spiders. The basic is 2 spiders, but I have extra 10. So the basic is 40% chance, 2 spiders. And it can go up to 90% chance, 12 spiders. And this skill is an active skill which you can put in your skill bar. And I've put extra cooldown reduction in it. So this poisons the enemy. This allows me to poison if my weapon does not do poison, or my cannon. Then there's Miasma. Miasma is this thing. It's also getting buffed like that. So when I press W, I'm activating the relic weapon for 30 seconds, and then, no, actually yeah, for 30 seconds unless I have items that give me extra duration. Then this is gonna last for 30 seconds, and then there's gonna be 90-second cooldown. I'm just gonna demonstrate it now, what Miasma does. So immediately you see that poison cloud around me, it gives me extra poison chance, so it makes poisoning the enemies much easier. And those spiders are following me. If you want, the closest thing to a summoner build would be a Dusk Mage together with this relic weapon. And the Dusk Mage, did you see this little netherling in those netherlings? The Dusk Mage has a skill that summons those netherlings to fight by him, but only within the range of the portal. The skill is called Spirit Well. So you cast the Spirit Well, and it has similar area to like where my cursor is, something like that. So if I summon the portal here, the enemies would probably go within this radius around the portal. They would not follow me like those poison spiders. But the good thing is, with enough cooldown reduction, you can have 2, even 3 Spirit Wells up at the same time. Each of those would summon 4 or 5 netherlings. So you can stack all those netherlings together with the spiders, and you have the closest thing you can get currently in the game to a summoner build on the Dusk Mage with the Bane weapon. Also, dude, I can't pronounce your name, but welcome to my YouTube channel. Nice to have you here. Welcome to the Struck Club. I hope you're enjoying your stay in the stream. And I love it when people ask me questions like that, because someone else might also learn something about the game while I'm answering this, other than the person who asked the question. And as you can see, I'm currently experimenting with those shock bolts stacking up together. So it's nice because all those spiders actually and my pet benefit from the chance to proc the shock bolts. So even if I didn't have chance to proc shock bolts with my cannon, which I now do, but earlier I was playing with a chance to stun cannon. Now I do have all those shock bolts being procced by my spiders and my pet, not just by my cannon attacks. So I'm just gonna let them attack for a moment. I'm gonna stack up a lot of pets, and for the next fight I'm gonna make them do the proccing. Okay, let's get them do the proccing now. Look at that. I'm not attacking, they're doing the proccing, and the shock bolts are actually being there. Of course it's slower if I'm not attacking, but keep that in mind. The pets can proc some stuff for you, such as chance to stun, chance to shock, chance to bleed, and so on. The pet also has his own items, 3 items, like 2 pet attacks and a pet cover. So my pet actually does bleeding with almost 100% chance, and he has shit tons of crit chance and crit damage. Okay, let's do some spamming. So you can do some nice rotation. If you use the skills right, you would get much better DPS than me playing the same build, because I'm not the best at maximizing my rotation. But if I want to min-max, I would be using shotgun in between the slug shots. Okay, this one's done for. Let's check this shrine. Okay, movement speed shrine. I'm not gonna use it now, I'm gonna use it after I clear those enemies here. Let's get them to spawn. Okay. Okay. This is nice, this is nice. So yeah, I'm probably gonna do one more map and then I'm gonna do a break for dinner. And then after an hour after that break, I'm gonna stream Warhammer Chaos Bane, another ARPG wooter, so to say, where I'm gonna be playing around with some of the new sets released with the past couple of updates on the mage. I wanna be making some builds on the mage with the new god skills, with the new set for the mage, which is actually buffing up an interesting skill. It's buffing up the skill that summons a dome, and the enemies in the dome. Before I used to use the superior instead of the master version of this skill, and it made the enemies standing inside the dome being slowed and take 25% extra damage. But with the heroic version from the heroic set, the skill makes the enemies inside the dome take 100% damage, and it's twice as wide. So the dome from something like this big turned into something this big. Much better, and it's gonna be fun. I'm actually very excited to try playing with such a build there. Took me a while to collect all the pieces of the set. For an unknown reason, this was probably the last set I collected from all the ones. I kept missing the gauntlets for this set, I think. Or maybe it was the boots. No, actually it's not the boots. The boots was the first thing I got, maybe. Yeah, I think it was the gauntlets. And I finally got them yesterday off stream while I was farming. So it's gonna be a fun thing to try. See how I can make the build work. Together with the new god skill, it has the exact same area of effect as the new god skill. So together with blinding light, I'm doing the new god skill, then I'm using Blinding Light and I'm pushing the enemies into the new god skill, if they're between me and the new god skills area. And they're gonna be always in the zone of the I think it was vortex vortex circle, vortex, I forgot the name of the dome, the one that's gonna be heroic. Oh boy, look at that guy. You should not let this guy hit you. Thankfully he's not that fast, especially if you have some slow gear, chance to slow. Okay, nice. Nice. And keep in mind, if you like summoner builds, there are great things that would be coming with the upcoming updates. You have items that can summon skeletons to fight for you. And I'm gonna quickly show you, because you apparently are, like me, fan of pet builds. So maybe even if you don't have gear for... if you don't have skills that do the summoning, you can get gear that helps you do that. So I'm gonna quickly show you some examples of such items. And I'm actually gonna show you some items that are not in the game yet. So let me quickly open up my folder where those were stored. Shit, where did I save this? Oh, Mayhem, there we go. So I'm gonna do this, and I think this window capture. There we go. So I'm just gonna quickly move this to the side. So that's not it. That's not the item, but you can see it. You can just see quickly what this is. So I'm gonna just go next. Not this. Those are items that are not in the game yet. They're currently under development, and there you can see the thing about those items is at that part there's a special modifier, special affix. Something to go with legendary. So this is something special. Summon 3 skeleton knights for 20 seconds when you activate your relic weapon. If you have Bone Razor equipped, also summon 4 skeleton archers. So Bone Razor is this one. So if you combine the shield with the sword, you can have 3 skeleton warriors, 3 skeleton knights and 4 skeleton archers. So those are items that are coming soon. This is what some of the legendary items would have. So each skill would have a legendary items that kind of talks to it, as they're saying. So let me just put that here. So I already have a video that's showcasing on YouTube all of those items and talking about them. If you're a member of the Discord, you can join the official Discord, and the developer code Extra_Mayhem is the one who is working on those. He's called Michael, and he has the task of bringing those modifiers, those special legendary affixes to us. So we're calling them Mayhem affixes for now, after his name, but we're gonna find out what their official name would be when they're released. You can see there's a lot of fun stuff that's coming, and this is another shoulder. Summon an ancestral spirit when you activate Ghost Train. So this is for the Realm Master when you activate Ghost Train. And then there's another shoulder, this one. When you activate your relic summon a goblin hound for 10 seconds. If you have other 2 wood beast items equipped, summon 2 hounds instead. And what wood beast items are, I'm gonna quickly show you. This is wood beast chest, I think. This is wood beast hatch. So this is a wildfire mantle, but I think this is considered wood beast. Just wood beast is on the mage. So wood beast is not on the forged, it's on the mage. It's what they're called. I think I can show you here something for the mage from this set, the Goblin Frontier set. But this is it. This helmet here you can see in my wardrobe is wood beast. Those pants, you can see they have the same goblin decoration. That is wood beast items. The chest, the the legs, the boots, that's the wood beast set. I cannot open the wardrobe because it's not for my class, but it's kind of similar to this. So yeah, it's called Wildfire on this dude, but it's wood beast on the on the mage, and I'm assuming the Wildfire would have the exact same thing. It shouldn't be just for the mage, I'm assuming. And let's see if there's anything else. So you can combine the Wood Beast Hounds together with the 3+3+4 skeletons, together with the spiders, together with the netherlings, and then you're gonna have so much summons you won't be able to fit them on the screen. Okay, let's remove this now. Let's hide this. Let's close it. So I hope this information was something you folks might have found helpful. When it comes to relic weapons, as I said, there's 3 ones at the moment. The Bane is the one that does this. But you can go for another one if you don't want the summons, and there's gonna be 2 more coming. One with ice and one with shock. We have poison, bleeding and burning for now. And your storage, you have the ability to store 5 extra, and then you can buy some more storage room if you need more than 5 extra. So you can have different ones of the same type with different builds, like me. Although those are actually exactly the same. Those are identical. So I probably don't need them both. But you can see... Actually, do I have 3 identical ones? Wow. I must be liking this build. Oh no, never mind, they're not identical. I was looking at the wrong part. Anyways, let's do one more map. And then I'm gonna go and do some dinner and do some Chaos Bane. And just when I wanted another voltaic cannon, I'm getting a huge upgrade here. Slightly higher chance to shock for 1.1 instead of 1 second, and then huge damage boost, 5 levels higher. I'm losing the crit chance, but I really don't need it.
Will
because
they release
as I
a
said,
dedicated summoner class?
For now, we don't know about a dedicated summoner class. What I heard is that they don't really like the notion of having a summon being 100% with you. The same way like Warwalks in certain games have something following them until it dies. So maybe if there's a dedicated summoner, there would be a lifespan of the pets. Something like the spiders or anything like that. For now we have a mage, forged and a rail master. There is a 3rd class coming, 4th class coming, but not really soon. You can check the Trello board. Let me give you a link to the Trello board, which is the roadmap, public roadmap. I'm not sure which command brought it up, but I typed both commands, so you should be able to see the link to the Trello board. And this is the roadmap with the upcoming soon changes and upcoming in the far future changes. So let's do another map quickly. Just gonna quickly dismantle some gear before that. And in the Discord channel, as I said, the official Discord channel, you can add a filter to see posts with attached images by Extra Mayhem. And then you would be able to see all of those images I was showing you together with the new ones, which I did not show you. So I want to see if I have a sacrificer somewhere here. I probably don't. Okay, let's put that there somewhere. And alright, for now I can place this cannon. I think I took this cannon from here. The one with the crit chance. And as I said, I don't need crit chance because this skill has 102% crit chance. So I'd much rather have something like this with extra damage. Okay, one more map. And then it's gonna be dinner time. Then after an hour break roughly, I'm gonna do some Warhammer Chaos Bane streaming. Okay. Got myself something to drink in the meantime while I'm waiting for the voting. So let's see, 1 blink, 2 blinks, 2 blinks for voting. And if we count the other guy before the goblin show, the blinking 3 blinks for a voting. This is my fun way of checking how long it takes me to wall the zone. Some zones would take 3 blinks, others would take 2 blinks. But when it's in the Torchlight Frontier you cannot tell because the NPC on the loading screen does not blink. Because it doesn't have eyelids. Because it's an insect. And apparently insects don't have eyelids. I really don't know much about insects, but I'm assuming they don't. Because that Torchlight looking one doesn't. But yeah, BPL, blinks per loading. Or per volt, blinks per volt, because yeah, makes more sense. So you can see, if I decide to, I can weave in slug shot with shotgun blast. Slug shot, shotgun, slug shot, shotgun. When the enemies are within range to get hit by the shotgun blast. Let's give them some here on the choke point so they can't surround me.
Your pack is full.
Actually, the enemies on this map have double HP. So the maps you saw me doing earlier with this setup, none of them had double HP. So the enemies have twice the HP now. That's why they're taking longer to kill. Even though I upgraded my damage exponentially with my cannon, it's still gonna take me longer to kill them because of the double HP. Which is better? Having more HP you can see the shocks actually being more useful here, and those shock bolts actually doing their thing, because most of the things got one shot previously. And mind you, I'm not playing on the final difficulty because I don't find a reason to play on it. Only 10% item work doesn't cut it for me. The limit is 100% item work. After that it's overkill and it doesn't do anything for you. If you have more than 100% you're not gonna be benefiting from it. Currently that's the limit. And you can get 40 item work on your helmet, 40 item work on your gloves, and when you're in a party with someone you get another 15, and your tree of work, which is a thing you can build in your fort, gives you 5. Just from that you get 100%. And mind you, the maps can give you 20% gear work, 35 or 50 depending on the rarity of the map. So just from those 20% from the map and the gear, without counting being in a party with someone to get that 15%, and without counting the tree of work, you can get 100% gear work. Without counting the 10% from the difficulty. Although I like to play into difficult because it's not too easy. It's still challenging enough, it still gives decent amount of XP if you're leveling up, it still gives okay amount of potion work, and I like it, it's my preferred difficulty. Although when I'm testing builds I always go to ridiculous. If I'm testing builds for my build videos on YouTube, I always try and gauge how the build can perform. But currently ridiculous is made in such a way that you want to have gear with enchantments like this. Goblin defense or fire defense, or if you're in the high-wit defense. So you want to have fully enchanted setup if you want to be doing fast speed runs on ridiculous. And I really don't find it worth doing it for the amount of things that can one-shot me there without having a lot of enchanted gear. Without having min-maxed setup for damage reduction. And it's gonna take me a lot of time to kill stuff as well. And just for that extra 10% gear work, it really doesn't feel right. So I'm looking forward to them reworking the bonuses we get with those difficulty increases. The XP is fine, the potion work is fine the way it is, but little bit of gear work more might be better. That way you wouldn't need to have gauntlets or helmets with gearwork. If they make it to be, let me just check, I think it's 35% now. So if they make it instead of 20% to be 35 or 30, I think 35 would be a nice point. Or maybe another thing they could do is just to get rid of the 100% gearwork limit and make it to be 150% limit for the gearwork. That way I would really want to be playing on that difficulty, because there won't be any other way to reach that much gearwork. Other than, because if it's a 35% from that place and then 15 from being in party, that's 50. Then you can get a legendary map with another 50, and that's 100. And then you get 5% from the Tree of Luck, 105, and then you can get maybe 30% from one item, 15 from another, because this can go up to 40, this can go up to 40, and that's the only two items that can give you gearwork. So 150 seems like a good number to change the cap from 100 of max gearwork. I'm not saying we really need that much gearwork, because even when I max out the gearwork, I think the legendaries are dropping more than enough. Or let's say enough. Let's not say more than enough, because I don't want a nerf on the drop rate. Currently, we do need the drop rates to be good, because with the introduction of enchantment, people would be farming the same item over and over again until they manage to find that item with 3 enchant sockets and the correct affixes. So there's a lot of RNG on top of RNG, and with the introduction with Mayhem affixes, what they're gonna do is each legendary would have a specific pool of affixes that it can drop with. It's not always gonna drop with the same affixes, but the pool of affixes would be smaller compared to items that would have every single possible affix. So let's say I get this item, so it would have certain affixes to, that's not a good example. Let's say I get the tenderizer. Normally the tenderizer gives a chance to burn duration and crit hit chance against burning enemies every single time. It would give you some of those affixes. So the way they would do those mayhem affix items is they would have something like that, but instead of having the exact same affixes each time, maybe there's gonna be 10, 15 or 20 affixes that can be wrote in those 3 sockets for the secondary affixes, which is kind of nice. It's in a way gonna be specific affixes that fit well with this item's playstyle. So if the items gives me summons, it's probably gonna be summon related things. If the item gives me bonuses to Radiant Blast, maybe the item would have fixes for Radiant Blast or for stun duration or things like that. We're gonna have to wait and see, but from what we heard from the developers, this is what I'm kind of taking on. It's always a good source of information to watch those Friday Fun Day streams. So each Friday at 11 Pacific time, there is a Friday Fun Day stream, which the new community manager, which is Jordan, is gonna be running them. I think it was Jordan, his name. Pardon me if I got your name wrong. The old community manager Paul Hobbs was running those. Together with some of the days he would invite a certain member of the team, such as the game designer or someone such as like the sound designer and so on. So each Friday there would be a different person. Sometimes it would be just the community manager, but each Friday there is one of those Friday Fun Day streams at 11 AM Pacific American time, PST. Which in UK time is 7 in the evening. My time 9 in the evening. So if you're fans of the game and want some insider sneak peek about certain things, those streams are a great place to get that info. You can ask questions maybe that no one other than a developer could answer, and maybe Maybe you might want to ask a question that even they may not be able to answer, but they might know who would answer it, and redirect the question to the correct person and give you an answer at a later time of the day or time of the week or whatever. So far the old community manager was very helpful, and since he said that he's leaving us in great hands, I'm assuming the new one would also be very helpful and good with the communication with the community. I've needed to get help for different bugs and different things multiple times, and I've always received the help when it was needed. So the game studio, even though it's a small studio, there's not many people working on the game. They're doing their best in regards to communicating with us, listening to our feedback and to our suggestions how to make the game better. As I've already said at the start of my stream, many changes that were suggested from the players have made it to the game in regards to balancing and what other things you might consider. Even systems that are not in the game, like the rework of the relic system recently, that's just an example. They gave us a work in progress screenshot or image of things that are to come. And some people immediately said, why is this like that, why not make it like that, it would be better. And by the time the system made it into the game, it actually took those suggestions. And just the example I was talking about, this was 50 relic points and this could go all the way to level 12. They immediately made it to 40 skill points after some feedback and to max out to level 10. And here you had Goblin Frontier damage, here you had Hybrid Frontier damage, which made no sense if the Frontiers would be more. So they changed it to have per se critical hit chance and chance to poison while the Bane is active. It's different for the different relic weapons, but each relic weapon had something that gives you bonuses to Hybrid and something that gives you bonuses to Goblin Frontier enemies. And it's much better to not have it that way, to not limit yourself to a certain frontier, and to have the relic weapon be as good on any frontier, be it Goblin, Hybrid or the future two that are coming. I'm assuming after 4 frontiers are added before the launch, maybe after the launch, every few months we would have a new frontier, like every 6 months or so, or every year. This current model of the game, by introducing frontiers every now and then, is a great way of keeping players playing and getting old players to return to the game. Similar to how Path of Exiles and Diablo have different seasons and leagues with different stuff, a new frontier would keep an old player playing, farming new items, special affixes that could only drop from items from those frontiers, even though they might have maxed out their levels and skill points and have those maxed out, like you see I have level 97 out of 100 maximum, which is 48 and 90 out of maximum 50 and 50. But what if they keep the level limit to 100 and then we keep getting new frontiers, but the maximum skill points we can get remains 100, then you still want to be leveling those frontiers to get certain gear that only drops there, but we would still be having maxed out skill points, so it would be a bit easier. Even though it's horizontal progression in the game, you still have the vertical progression, you still have the total character levels. I can decide to get 50 levels in one frontier before getting 50 in the other, or I can decide to get 10 levels here, 10 levels there, then go all the way to 15 here, 15 there, and just take my time slowly getting my levels. And I think this is the better way, by the way. Keep your levels equal in both frontiers, otherwise you're sacrificing a lot of potential skill points. After level 30, 35 and 40, you would see a huge decrease of the XP gained. So if you were to get level 15 in one frontier, then move in the other, get 15 there, then each 2, 3, 4, 5 levels change the frontier, it's gonna be better because you're gonna be getting those total levels faster. And I'm really hoping that when they introduce the new frontiers, the total level would remain 100, but I would be able to gain like 30 levels in one place, 30 levels in the other, and 20 levels in the third, for a total of 90, and then decide which frontier to do for the other 10 levels. I think that would be the best way to handle this. That would mean we would be able to max out our skill points before maxing out our frontiers. Because currently you can't max out the skill points unless you max out both frontiers. Which is not so bad, but the leveling speed is very bad currently after level 40. Even after 35. And that's due to, I guess, lack of activities besides mapping, besides what I'm doing at the moment when it comes to endgame content. You have the contracts, which are mostly in low level zones, so if you're after level 35 you won't be getting any XP from those zones. Even at level 30 some of those zones would not give you XP. Unless you're counting the XP from the fame quests, which is 36 fame quests currently each week. Each of them would give you some bits of XP, but not too much. It really won't be the main source of XP. And the contracts do give nice rewards, so you really want to be doing those fame quests each week to get those rewards. In theory you would be able, when we don't have bugs, to get 10 levels each week, because each level is 360, you have 36 contracts quests, each of them giving you 100 fame points. And I think well, not that I think, I actually am sure that before, in the first installment of this system, a few months ago, you could get fame points for killing certain enemies. Now that's gone. Now you can't get fame points other than the rewards from the quests. Kind of sucks, but there's not much we can do about it. Unless giving them feedback counts, and in most cases it does count. I've already given them feedback that there needs to be more sources of getting fame other than those quests. I'm not saying make every single elite give fame, because people would exploit it and keep creating new characters, killing that first enemy at level 2, and then delete the character, create a new character, kill that enemy, and just keep farming fame that way. So they should just limit it to certain bosses. Like, I'm saying the bosses that drop those cores should give fame. And there's one in the Highwit Frontier, one in the Goblin Frontier, and another one that's also in the Goblin Frontier but drops the relic weapon for the bleeding weapon. So currently we have 3 of those enemies that drop the different cores for the 3 different weapons. I'm saying that all those should be giving fame. Not much, maybe under 100, like 20, 30 or something per kill. But that's still gonna be nice, knowing that you can farm those bosses and get some fame levels. And probably every end of map boss in the map works should give you a bit of fame. Even if it's 10 or 20 or 30, it's still gonna be nice. Still gonna help you get some fame points. So certain enemies that are easy to kill and exploitable, of course, should not be giving you fame. But there should definitely be some enemies that can give you fame. And since the elites are categorized into purple, green and yellow elites. So elites, bosses and legendaries, I think is what they're calling them. I think the legendary, the yellow enemies, should also give you fame when you kill them. The ones that randomly appear from the mob packs. So we're getting close to the end of this map, guys. So very soon I will be ending the stream for like an hour break to get some dinner. Maybe hour and 15 minutes depending. Because I need to make something to eat, and then I'm gonna watch something while I'm eating. But I will be back with some Chaos Bane. For those of you who like watching Chaos Bane streams, there will be some mage gameplay. I'm not gonna kill the boss first, I'm gonna kill those enemies. That's some extra XP there. You can see, oh nice, a legendary from a destructible object. So you can see earlier I just used the health potion even though my HP was full, I killed my pet. It's another great thing that was recently added with I think update 8 maybe. Being able to heal the pets while healing yourself, even if your potion is in cooldown. Okay, another legendary. Wow, a lot of legendaries. Great ending of the stream. Look at that. Wildfire, helmet, steam dissipation, chance to fear, goblin defense and 2 sockets. So I can actually get extra goblin and fire defense in those 2 sockets in the same way I did for this one. And this is also nice. Steam dissipation, extra damage versus goblins and faster cooldown for poison dart, which is a great skill if you're going for a skill like the Bane. That's another way that you can synergize the Bane. Putting even 1 point into poison dart would allow you to poison the enemies. And you can probably, instead of using shotgun blast here, you can place this skill here and just make sure you're poisoning the enemies. Even if your weapon and offhand cannon are not poisoning, you can still proc the spiders, those summons, via poisoning the enemies with poison dart and venomous maw. So let's save a pet. We did get a running partner, our skill for this pet. So each time you rescue a pet you get a skill. This skill gets unlocked unless you release the pet. If you release the pet, this skill will not be unlocked and you would lose it. So you have 2 options: swap the current pet with this one, or send this pet to your pet shelter. You can randomize the name, or you can just type something here, like this. Send it home to your shelter and it's gonna be in your pet shelter. What about those gauntlets? Rapid fire attack speed for basic attacks. Okay, not something special. Right, my pet is full. I'm gonna go to my fort, disenchant some gear before ending the stream. Okay, let's see. So that was a good end. 2 legendaries at that boss room. Of course, none of them were from the chest. One of them was from the boss. The other one was from a random destructible object in the map. That's why I keep saying, keep destroying things. If you can break it and it can drop gold, it can also drop legendaries. So let's not disenchant, but let's break down some items for essence. Getting close to 700 green essences. I'm actually gonna enchant this before we end. Let's see. I want this to be a goblin centered thing. So goblin fighter. Again, I'm gonna do the ecalc command. You can see the link to the calculator. So I'm gonna open my browser, and on there I can see the possible things. So I'm gonna select level 50. Level 50 legendary, and it's goblin fighter. Submit. So I can get fire defense, physical defense, goblin defense, critical hit chance versus goblins, critical hit chance versus undead, gearwork or undead defense from enchanting this item. So I can get gearwork, critical hit chance versus undead, not really my favorite. Let's disenchant again. Versus goblins is probably better. I still want defense and gearwork, but okay, let's just try. Versus undead. Well, alright. I'm gonna disenchant when I have more gold. But you can see that's kind of how it works. It's still nice, but I really want that gearwork there. And you can get up to 40% gearbox on a level 50 item. It is nice though. If you want to see what it looks like, there we go. And that's this item if you're wondering what it looks like. So that's it. Thanks everyone for watching. Keep it cool until next time and see you around. The next time would be later tonight if you want Chaos Bane, or if you want more Torchlight Frontiers tomorrow. That's it I guess, and goodbye. Thank you.
THX for watching Struck Club Struck 6SC, and lots of